indah, pohon-pohon yang rindang, jalan-jalan yang tertata, dan rerumputan yang terhampar membuat saya selalu rindu. Rindu untuk bertemu, bercengkrama dan belajar bersama di kampus kita UIN di Makassar. Saat memasuki area kampus, kita akan disambut nuansa hijau yang menyejukkan dengan suasana panorama alam yang meneduhkan. Di UIN Alauddin, manusia dan alam terasa bersahabat. Kampus benar-benar menjadi tempat ternyaman untuk belajar dan mengembangkan potensi diri. Sahabat, kampus benar-benar menjadi tempat ternyaman untuk belajar dan mengembangkan potensi diri. Beberapa kali sepekan saya menikmati fasilitas jogging track yang mengelilingi lapangan sepak bola. Jika sudah lelah, saya beristirahat sejenak di Taman Dharma Wanita UIN Alauddin. Udara yang segar dengan suasana yang damai menjadi obat bagi pikiran yang lelah dan jiwa yang penat. Kampus asri adalah kita, ayo kita jaga dan rawat bersama.
Kampus asri adalah cita yang terus kami ikhtiarkan di UIN Alauddin Makassar. Kami selalu percaya, perubahan besar hanya dapat terjadi jika kita mau bersinergi. Sinergi adalah kunci, karena sinergi pasti melahirkan energi. Dan lewat jalan itulah kampus asri bertransformasi dari cita
Saya selalu bahagia dan bangga melihatnya. Taman-taman yang indah, pohon-pohon yang rindang, jalan-jalan yang tertata, dan rerumputan yang terhampar membuat saya selalu rindu. Rindu untuk bertemu, bercengkrama dan belajar bersama di kampus kita UIN Alauddin Makassar. Saat memasuki area kampus, kita akan disambut nuansa hijau yang menyejukkan dengan suasana panorama alam yang meneduhkan. Di UIN Alauddin, manusia dan alam terasa bersahabat. Kampus benar-benar menjadi tempat ternyaman untuk belajar dan mengembangkan potensi diri. Beberapa kali sepekan saya menikmati fasilitas jogging track yang mengelilingi lapangan sepak bola. Jika sudah lelah, saya beristirahat sejenak di Taman Dharma Wanita UIN Alauddin. Udara yang segar dengan suasana yang damai menjadi obat bagi pikiran yang lelah dan jiwa yang penat. Kampus asri adalah kita, ayo kita jaga dan rawat bersama.
Kampus asri adalah cita yang terus kami ikhtiarkan di UIN Alauddin Makassar. Kami selalu percaya, perubahan besar hanya dapat terjadi jika kita mau bersinergi. Sinergi adalah kunci, karena sinergi pasti melahirkan energi. Dan lewat jalan itulah kampus asri bertransformasi dari cita menjadi nyata.
Saya selalu bahagia dan bangga melihatnya. Taman-taman yang indah, pohon-pohon yang rindang, jalan-jalan yang tertata, dan rerumputan yang terhampar membuat saya selalu rindu. Rindu untuk bertemu, bercengkrama dan belajar bersama di kampus kita INTERNASIONAL di Makassar. Saat memasuki area kampus, kita akan disambut nuansa hijau yang menyejukkan dengan suasana panorama alam yang meneduhkan. Di UIN Alauddin, manusia dan alam terasa bersahabat. Kampus benar-benar menjadi tempat ternyaman untuk belajar dan mengembangkan potensi diri. Beberapa kali sepekan saya menikmati fasilitas jogging track yang mengelilingi lapangan sepak bola. Jika sudah lelah, saya beristirahat sejenak di Taman Dharma Wanita UIN Alauddin. Udara yang segar dengan suasana yang damai menjadi obat bagi pikiran yang lelah dan jiwa yang penat. Kampus asri adalah kita, ayo kita jaga dan rawat bersama.
Kampus asri adalah cita yang terus kami ikhtiarkan di UIN Alauddin Makassar. Kami selalu percaya, perubahan besar hanya dapat terjadi jika kita mau bersinergi. Sinergi adalah kunci, karena sinergi pasti melahirkan energi. Dan lewat jalan itulah kampus asri bertransformasi dari cita menjadi nyata.
The opening ceremony of Iconele 2022, the third international conference on English language education, under the theme New Trends in ELT, Best Practices, Opportunities and Challenges, is about to begin.
Your Excellency, Director of UIN Alauddin Makassar, Professor Haji Hamdan Johannes MA, PhD. The Honorable, the Dean of Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, that represented by the Vice Dean for General Administration, Planning and Finance Affairs, Dr. Muhammad Rosti, MAG.
The Honorable, the Head of English Education Department, Professor Dr. Haja Siti Asisa MED, SD, PhD.
The Honorable, the keynote speakers.
The Honorable Lecturers of English Education Department, presenters, and all participants.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to welcome all of you to the third International Conference on English Language Education 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, stand up please. All audiences, please be seated.
The next agenda is listening to the recitation of the Holy Quran recited by Indah Lestari, SPD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا قيل لكم إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس فافسحوا يفسح الله لكم وإذا قيل انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير والله بما تعملون خبير صدق الله العظيم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
We are proudly invite Director of UIN Alauddin Makassar, the Vice Dean of Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teaching, and the Head of English Education Department to sit at the prescribed chair in the main hall. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is welcoming speech by the Head of English Education Department, Professor Dr. Dahaja Siti Asisa, MED, ST, PhD. The time's yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear the Honorable Rectors of UIN Alauddin Makassar, Professor Hamdan Johannes, MA PhD. Dear the Dean of the Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teaching Science, UIN Alauddin Makassar, in this case represented by the Vice Dean of Administrative Affairs. Dear the head of the Association English Education Department Forum Association, Dr. Didi Nuruddin Hidayat PhD. Dear distinguished speakers, especially who was online today, guest speaker from the Nanyang Technological University Singapore, Dr. Willy Renandia Aldian. Dear the distinguished speaker, Inero Pulbueno Acho from Philippines. Dear the distinguished speaker, Dr. Min Nguyen from University of Otago, New Zealand. Dear distinguished speaker, Jodel, independent language consultant from UK. And dear distinguished speakers, Dr. Andi Kaharudin SIPM Homes, UIN Alauddin Makassar. Dear all speakers of Iconele 3, and dear the distinguished guests, especially the head and the secretary of English Education Department of Higher Education of the Ministry of Religious Affairs, who come here offline dan online, and dear the participant of the International Conference of English Language Education or Iconele. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin, hamda yuabi ni'amahu wa yukafi masidah, ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhil karim wa azimi sultanik, wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. All the praises and thanks are to Allah, the Lord of all creatures. Praise to Allah who has accomplished His grace to us. He has given us health and chance to gather in the third International Conference of English Language Education, Iconele. Peace and salutation to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his family member, and his friends and followers. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the International Conference on English Language Education, Iconele, is an academic forum in which academicians and researchers on English language teaching are together and discuss the new trend in English language teaching, best practice, opportunity, and challenge in post-pandemic COVID-19. The objective of Iconele are to open up ideal opportunity for researcher, academician, language practitioner to foster research in relation to the new trend of English language teaching post-COVID-19 and to set up future fruitful innovation. The second, to bring together researcher, academician, and experts from different parts of the country and abroad to share new concepts, knowledge, and idea on English language education, and to share best practice, opportunity, and challenge of both the conference presenters and participants on English language education in their own. Iconele is a biennial program hosted by English Education Department UIN Alauddin Makassar in collaboration with IAIN Parepare and Institute Para Hikmah Indonesia. And also, this is the support of Association of English Education Departments. As information, the first Iconele was held on April 12, 2018 at this place, at the training center of UIN Alauddin Makassar, the name at that time. And then Iconele 2, the second Iconele was so-called Iconele 2020, that is conducted in pandemic era. So we conducted online. Yeah. And now Iconele 3 is conducted again in this place, but different because we conducted both offline and online. Yeah. Many of the speakers and the participants attended this conference remotely in their own place, so they can save times, energy, and of course finance to travel from overseas. Yeah, because we have also presenters from overseas, both from Malaysia and also from Yemen. Yeah. And the keynote speakers are from Singapore, United Kingdom, New Zealand, Philippines, Malaysia, and Malaysia and Yemen, and from other region of Indonesia. Jakarta, Banten, Garut, Semarang, Solo, Surabaya, Malang, Sumatera Utara, Riau, Pekanbaru, Lampung, Palembang, Sulawesi, and of course we know di Makassar IP, IAIN Parepare, Unhas, IAIN Bone, IAIN Palopo, Stain Dede Parepare, UNM, Universitas Negeri Makassar, Unibos, Stain Majene, and also we have also from senior high school, 7 Wajo from, this is very excellent, from senior high schools. And so there are all 84 registers, presenters from all universities and higher educations. And 84 plus 2, there are also from the head of the departments. And as I mentioned also, I would like to say about this conference, not only attended by undergraduate program S1, English Education Department, but also attended by postgraduate programs. So one of the head of the English education from Jakarta, Professor Ratna, coming here. Okay, thank you. And the head of the department coming here offline. There are from UIN Surabaya, from UIN Jakarta, of course, the head of the association, and of course from UIN, the host, UIN Alauddin Makassar, UIN Wali Songo Semarang will come soon, UIN Malang, I hope already come, from UIN Malang, is already available, UIN Mataram, okay, UIN Banteng, already available? Yeah. IAIN Palopo? Yeah. IAIN Palopo, IAIN Kediri? Coming? IAIN Bone? And IAIN Bone, yeah. So, thanks for all your support. Yeah. As the host of the conference, I'm very pleased to welcome you all here, all coming here in this place, and also online, because the conference, even though online and offline, I think it is very valuable. The supporting of the head of the department, actually it's began last, I think 2 months ago. We attended the conference conducted by UIN Surabaya. And we feel very fruitful. That's why the head of English Education departments will initiate it, especially the head of the association will initiate it together here again in Makassar to have a meeting for the head of the English Education department. So in the afternoons, we also have a session of the meeting of English Education Department, the head of English Education Department forum. And yeah, this is not, actually this is not easy to come here because, you know, we have to spend a lot of course, money, energy, and time. But coming to coming to the venue of the conference, we feel we can build a chemistry to each other. So I feel when I went to Surabaya offline, and actually this is not easy for me because of course we have in time of the money, I have to spend myself to go to Jakarta, to go to Surabaya. So, but I feel I'm not, saya tidak rugi ya, because I feel I have a lot of benefit when I come offline to Surabaya. Yeah, actually we have, kita punya rezeki yang lain ya, kalau misalnya kita tidak mendapatkan support dari misalnya support dana, kita menggunakan dana sendiri. I feel we have a benefit too. We have kita mempunyai mendapatkan rezeki yang lain. Ya, at least rezeki bertemu dengan kawan-kawan itu sangat luar biasa. Ya, itu sangat mendukung sekali, sangat memberikan inspirasi bagaimana kita bisa mengembangkan program studi kita. Ya. Okay. As the host of the conference, I hope by this conference we can share our best practice using the opportunities and utilize our expertise to mitigate the challenge in English language education. All presenters and participants of this conference can collaborate for research and publication of the current ELT, English language teaching issue. We hope that Iconele 3 can run well. And finally, we do apologize for any inconvenience in the preparation and the implementation of this conference. Thank you very much to all incredible keynote speakers, esteemed presenters, the head and the secretary of English Education Department, especially those who come physically in this venue. For those enthusiastic participants and remarkable committee members. Yeah, so this is all. So this yang memakai baju batik itu adalah committee members yang sangat yang sudah bekerja keras sehingga conference ini bisa dilaksanakan. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. Without their hard working and without all your supports, this conference cannot be undertaken. Welcome the keynote speaker, one of the keynote speaker from UIN Alauddin Makassar, Dr. Kaharudin SPP MHum. Yeah. To open this conference, I invite the Honorable Rector of UIN Alauddin Makassar to officially open the conference and also giving welcoming speech. Hope you enjoy this event. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the welcoming speech from the head of English Education Department. Ladies and gentlemen, go on to the next agenda. The next agenda is welcoming speech by the Vice Dean of General Administration, Planning and Finance Affairs of Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, UIN Alauddin Makassar, Dr. M. Rusdi, MAG. For him, the times provided.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wa bihi nasta'inu ala umuri dunya waddin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajmain. Amma ba'd. The Honorable Director of Islamic State University, UIN Alauddin Makassar, the Honorable the Head of English Department Association, the Honorable the Head and the Secretary of English Department, who also become the Head and the Secretary of the committee of this international conference. The Honorable all keynote speakers, whether they want to present their papers online by coming to this place, or those who present their papers online from their place, their hometown. The honorable all speakers and all participants. Actually, when the committee told me that director is coming, I feel free that I am not have to stand in front of you all, because director will give welcome speech and open this ceremony. But when I hear the Master of Ceremony call me as the representative of the Dean, who also apologized for not coming to this agenda, because he and the Vice Dean 1 and 3 has to attend another more important agenda in Manado, in another place. So I tell you, he's apologized for this condition. Dear the keynote speakers and participants, English conference is one of language, one of the event that where we want to talk about language. And I'll tell you a little about this. For me, I say that the first knowledge taught to mankind, especially to Adam, is language. And the teacher of the language who taught Adam is Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because in Al-Quran Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala said, وَعَلَّمَ آدَمَ الْأَسْمَاءَ كُلَّهَا ثُمَّ عَرَضَهُمْ عَلَى الْمَلَائِكَةِ. And Allah teach all the names of something to Adam. And for me, all names of something is a part of language. Name of water in English is different from water in Arabic or local language and many other languages. So we hope that this conference will run successfully, and then we said welcome to all participants, and especially for keynote speakers and the head of English Association, and also all participants. And finally, we have that director of State Islamic University will open this conference, and let me end my welcome speech by citing wabillahi taufiq wa sa'ada wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thariq Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the welcoming speech, the Vice Dean of Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Dr. Muhammad Rusdi M.Ag. The Honorable ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is welcoming speech by the Rector of UIN Alauddin Makassar, Professor Haji Hamdan Johannes M.A. PhD. The Rector will officially open the Third International Conference on English Language Education 2022. Please proceed to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Sorry, I repeat again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, amma ba'd. Our honorable guests, our distinguished participants of our conference, first of all, I would like to say I am very enthusiastic to be here in this place. I want to show you that this is a proof of my enthusiasm. I have a lot of notes, you see all? Yeah. And I have to discuss all of the things that I wrote here. So it will take me about maybe 3 to 4 hours to discuss this one. Sorry, I'm kidding. I'm joking. Vice Dean represented our Dean who has another job outside the town, outside our city. The head of the English department, Professor Aziza. And I am also very happy because I meet my bestie. Yeah, best friend, Mas Didin. I was so quite confused when I entered this room and I saw the picture. Who's Didin? Who's Didin is it? Didin Nuruddin. And finally I saw my bestie came. Okay, welcome Mas Didin again to our university. And here we are very appreciated with the presence of a great professor, Profesor Ratnasari from UIN Jakarta. Ayo tepuk tangan dulu Prof Ratnasari. Okay, you can stand. Thank you. And all the head of the English department coming from different universities. And I'm so grateful with your presence here. And that's why as a rector I will appreciate the presence of this international conference presented by the English Teaching Department of State Islamic University, Universitas Islam Negeri Alauddin Makassar. Bahwa pendidikan bahasa Inggris Fakultas Tarbiyah UIN Alauddin itu bukan kaleng-kaleng. Iya, saya tidak tahu bahasa Inggrisnya, bukan kaleng-kaleng. Iya, apa bahasa Inggrisnya kaleng kah? Ya, it is not a tin-tin. Ya, bukan kaleng-kaleng. And I know that one of the most active departments in our university to hold international conference is pendidikan bahasa Inggris. Siapa dulu dong? Ya, ketua jurusannya, ketua. Ya, Prof Aziza itu tante saya. Iya. Artinya apa? Memang kami keturunan orang yang rajin memang melaksanakan international conference. Iya, tantenya hebat, kemenakannya pasti lebih hebat lagi. Tepuk tangan dulu dong untuk saya. Mas Didin, saya bercanda ya. Mas Didin bercanda saya, Pak. Iya, jangan diambil hati ya, dibawa ke Jakarta. Iya. Why I should appreciate this international conference? First, there are some arguments. First, I see that this conference is well prepared. Ini dipersiapkan dengan baik. This is the proof that this conference is a good preparation. We have conference abstract book. Tidak sembarang itu international conference menghasilkan buku abstrak. Iya, ini tebal sekali abstraknya ini. This means that there are a lot of presenters. Saya baca dan saya berharap membaca isinya rupanya abstrak semua ya. Ya, lain kali Bu Prof, jangan hanya abstrak. Kalau perlu yang lebih konkret ya. Ya, jangan yang terlalu abstrak. Jangan selalu abstrak, yang konkret. Ya, yang saya maksud konkret sudah bisa kita baca makalahnya juga. But I think I appreciate this one because this is prepared quite well. And it is prepared conceptually and practically. Yeah, quite well. Yeah. Whether conceptually and practically. Konsepsinya ini bagus karena disiapkan abstraknya. Jadi gambaran umum makalah yang mau dipresentasikan sudah terbaca. Dan secara praktis, based on the report of the head of the department, there are about 36 universities participating in this international conference. 36 perguruan tinggi. Ya, 36 perguruan tinggi. Bahkan tadi waktu Ibu Aziza memberi sambutan, ada pembicara masuk, presenter tadi. Dan mendapat aplaus luar biasa. Saya kira pembicaranya tadi dari Korea. Ternyata Pak Dr. Kaharudin rupanya ya. Wah, saya bilang, wah, kira ini dari Korea tadi. Kayaknya gaya-gaya rambutnya, penampilannya seperti dari Korea. Iya. Ternyata itu dosen kita rupanya. Also, this conference is held with the combination offline and online, hybrid. This is very good. And I am very sure that those who attend this conference by online, I think is more than compared who are attending by offline. And I think most of our presenters will present their papers online, right? So this is hybrid combination. Yeah. Jadi ini sudah benar sekali ini. Jadi kalau dihormati peserta, hadir in dan hadir out. Hadirin dan hadir out yang kami muliakan karena kombinasi, ada yang in, ada yang out. So with the method of doing this hybrid, this will give the opportunities all people around the world to participate in this conference. And the third appreciation that I will pass in this opportunity is the theme of the conference. Luar biasa saya baca temanya. The theme is very relevant, Profesor Ratna. This is very relevant. New trends in English language teaching. Tren baru. Karena tren itu selalu bergeser dan bergerak. Termasuk dalam pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Nah, ini menarik untuk terus diangkat dalam seminar-seminar seperti ini. Dari sisi practice, best practices, opportunities and challenges. Kalau menurut saya Bu Aziza, Mas Didin, Prof. Ratna, dan hadirin semua, jangan hanya best practices, worst practices juga didengar. Supaya jangan mengulangi. Jadi yang ada worst practices juga yang bad practice. Not only best practice but bad practice. Ya, untuk apa bad practice? Supaya jangan begitu. Nanti kau mengulangi bad practice juga. Why I point out this theme? Because I suddenly remember the plan of the changing of the test, perubahan tes of the university entrance next year. Jadi ada rencana dari Pak Menteri, Mas Menteri Nadiem untuk merubah sistem tes penerimaan mahasiswa baru tahun depan. And the trend is that to make it more scholastic. Ya, to make it more scholastic. Jadi tes-tes yang akan diberikan kepada calon mahasiswa itu adalah tes yang berbau skolastik. Bukan lagi yang semata terkait dengan tes gramatikal, tapi lebih skolastik. Nah, ini yang harus dijawab oleh konferensi ini dengan menghadirkan sistem pembelajaran yang mengarahkan kepada cara berpikir skolastik anak-anak kita. Termasuk pembelajaran bahasa khususnya. Jadi meskipun ada tes tetapi tidak berbasis mata pelajaran yang gramatikal. I want to go school. Go into. Tidak begitu lagi. Karena itu sudah gramatikal dan tidak menguji pemikiran. Tidak membuat anak-anak berpikir. Nah, yang mana yang membuat anak-anak berpikir? Saya punya satu tes. Dan yang bisa menjawab peserta ini saya kasih hadiah. Umrah kalau sudah mampu. Ya. Oke, coba peserta. Ini yang berbau skolastik. There are 5 boys doing thing in a house. 5 apa tadi? Boys doing thing in a house. The first one, washing dishes. The first one. The second one, reading a book. The third one, playing chess. Playing a chess. The fourth one, watching television. The question, what is the fifth boy doing? Yes. Huh? What is the fifth boy doing? Playing chess. Gimana caranya itu? Oh, really? Because to play a chess need 2 people. Need 2 boys. Ya. Ini. Coba ulangi tes masuk perguruan tinggi pasti lulus nanti tahun depan. Karena mencuci piring bisa sendiri, membaca buku bisa sendiri, menonton TV bisa sendiri. Sementara bermain catur pasti butuh pasangan. Itu skolastik. Because you need to think. You need to analyze. And you need to discuss with yourself before answering the question. Nah, ini yang menurut saya yang perlu dicoba bukan hanya wacanakan tetapi dijadikan sebagai best practice dan peluang untuk kita bisa mengembangkan dalam pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Finally, I would like to congratulate to the English teaching department for being successful presenting this conference, having this conference, and as a rector, I really expect that all papers presented in this conference, Prof. Aziza, can be published. Published in international journals and at least in accredited journals around us, yang jurnal terakreditasi. di sinta-sinta yang kita punya, semoga yang dipresentasikan khususnya oleh dosen-dosen kita di sekitar kita ini bisa dipublikasikan. Not only presented, and that's not the end, but what you present hopefully can be accessed by the wider readers, around the world, around the globe, around the universe, metaverse, around the universe. And my message, pesan saya yang terakhir selaku rektor, be alive. Be alive. Pengalaman saya yang sering mengikuti conference, kalau conference itu berbahasa Inggris, biasanya tenang sekali, tidur terus orang. So, itu harapan saya, harapanku kodong ke kita. Hidup ki, don't sleep. Ya. Jadi tugasnya nanti panitia, siapa ketua panitianya Bu Aziza? Kalau ada yang mengantuk, ya langsung kita kasih air percik. Ya. Kalau presenternya bikin mengantuk, ya kasih juga percikan, bikin mengantuk. Ya. Because this is my experience attending the conference using English, or conference on English. People tend to be sleepy, so hopefully make it more dynamic. Make it more dynamic. I think that's all, and for the last, let's open officially this International Conference on English Language Education 2022 with the theme New Trends in English Language Teaching, Best Practices, Opportunities and Challenges by reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I think that's all. Thank you very much. Once more, thank you for your participation. Finally, I recite Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the inspiring opening speech, Director of UIN Alauddin Makassar. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is praying that will be led by Muhammad Nasir, SPD, MPD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mari kita sejenak, kita bersama-sama menundukkan kepala, bermunajat kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, agar kegiatan kita hari ini berjalan dengan lancar dan sukses. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan yuwafi ni'mahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhika wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين أما بعد. اللهم أرنا الحق حقا وارزقنا اتباعه وارنا الباطل باطلا وارزقنا اجتنابه. اللهم اغفر لنا وشهداءنا وأبطالنا ولجميع المؤمنين والمؤمنات والمسلمين والمسلمات الأحياء منهم والأموات إنك قريب مجيب الدعوات يا رب العالمين. اللهم أعز الإسلام والمسلمين وانشر جيوش الموحدين. اللهم اجعل بلدتنا إندونيسيا هذه بلدة طيبة راحية مرحية راضية مرضية آمنة مطمئنة. اللهم إنا نسألك علما نافعا وعملا متقبلا ورزقا حلالا طيبا. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim. Ya Allah yang Maha Pengasih, yang Maha Penyayang. Pada hari ini, Rabu, 14 September 2022, kami semua berkumpul di Hotel UIN Alauddin. Kami hendak menyelenggarakan acara internasional Conference on English Language Education. Dengan memohon rida dan izin-Mu, berkahilah semua langkah dan perbuatan kami, dan jadikanlah acara ini semua bernilai ibadah dan bernilai ilmu yang bermanfaat kepada kami dan kepada semua orang. Ya Allah Al-Wahhab, Ya Allah yang Maha Pemberi karunia, berikanlah kami karunia, bukanlah pikiran kami, lenturkanlah lidah kami, dan berikanlah kepada kami ide-ide cemerlang untuk membangun bangsa ini dengan bimbingan dan ridha-Mu. Ya Allah, Ya Al-Batin, Ya Allah yang Maha Mengetahui yang gaib, bimbinglah kami dengan hidayah-Mu, berkahilah kami dengan takdir-Mu, jadikanlah hati kami selalu rida dengan pemberian-Mu. Ya Allah, Ya Alim, Ya Allah, sesungguhnya kami mohon padamu ilmu yang bermanfaat, amal yang diterima, dan rezeki yang halal dan tayyib. Ya Allah, kami mohon perlindungan pada Engkau dari ilmu yang tidak bermanfaat, hati yang tidak khusyuk, doa yang tak didengar, dan amal yang tidak diterima. Ya Allah, jadikanlah kami, anak keturunan kami, dan anak-anak didik kami ahli ibadah, ahli ilmu, dan ahli kebaikan. Janganlah Engkau jadikan kami dan mereka dari golongan ahli kejelekan dan ahli kesesatan. Ya Allah, Ya Ghafur, Engkau yang Maha Pengampun atas segala dosa. Ampunilah dosa kami, dosa orang tua kami, dosa para pemimpin kami, dosa para pejuang-Mu, dan dosa para pendahulu kami. Tempatkanlah kami dan mereka semua itu dalam lindungan rahmat dan ampunan-Mu. Ya Allah, tunjukkanlah kepada kami bahawa yang benar adalah benar, dan berikanlah kepada kami kekuatan dan kemampuan untuk menjalankannya. Dan tunjukkanlah bahawa yang salah adalah salah, dan berikanlah kami kekuatan dan kemampuan untuk meninggalkannya. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all of the opening ceremony of the Third International Conference on English Language Education 2022. The next agenda is plenary session by three keynote speakers, Dr. Andika Harudin, SIP M.Hum from Indonesia, Jodel from the United Kingdom, and Inereval Buna Enke from Philippines. The session will be moderated by Dr. Serlia Nur, SPD M.Hum, MED. Last but not least, thank you very much for the warmest enthusiasm. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, selanjutnya kami undang dengan hormat Rektor UN Alauddin Makassar dan juga Ketua Jurusan untuk melakukan sesi foto bersama terlebih dahulu.
snack nanti. Anu kayak nggak video baru snack. Oh iya.
Hadirin yang kami banggakan, sebelum kita melanjutkan kegiatan kita, kami persilahkan kepada seluruh hadirin untuk menikmati snack yang telah kami siapkan. Terima kasih. Dan sembari menikmati snack, kita saksikan bersama, inilah persembahan dari jurusan Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris. Sekali lagi kami persilahkan kepada seluruh hadirin untuk menikmati snack yang telah kami sediakan. Terima kasih.
their research ideas so that we can share.
Saya selalu bahagia dan bangga melihatnya. Taman-taman yang indah, pohon-pohon yang rindang, jalan-jalan yang tertata, dan rerumputan yang terhampar membuat saya selalu rindu. Rindu untuk bertemu, bercengkrama dan belajar bersama di kampus kita UIN Alauddin Makassar. Saat memasuki area kampus, kita akan disambut nuansa hijau yang menyejukkan dengan suasana panorama alam yang meneduhkan. Di UIN Alauddin, manusia dan alam terasa bersahabat. Kampus benar-benar menjadi tempat ternyaman untuk belajar dan mengembangkan potensi diri. Beberapa kali sepekan saya menikmati fasilitas jogging track yang mengelilingi lapangan sepak bola. Jika sudah lelah, saya beristirahat sejenak di Taman Dharma Wanita UIN Alauddin. Udara yang segar dengan suasana yang damai menjadi obat bagi pikiran yang lelah dan jiwa yang penat. Kampus asri adalah kita, ayo kita jaga dan rawat bersama.
Kampus Asri adalah cita yang terus kami ikhtiarkan di UIN Alauddin Makassar. Kami selalu percaya, perubahan besar hanya dapat terjadi jika kita mau bersinergi. Sinergi adalah kunci, karena sinergi pasti melahirkan energi. Dan lewat jalan itulah Kampus Asri bertransformasi dari cita menjadi nyata.
Saya selalu bahagia dan bangga melihatnya. Taman-taman yang indah, pohon-pohon yang rindang, jalan-jalan yang tertata, dan rerumputan yang terhampar membuat saya selalu rindu. Rindu untuk bertemu, bercengkrama dan belajar bersama di kampus kita UIN Alauddin Makassar. Saat memasuki area kampus, kita akan disambut nuansa hijau yang menyejukkan dengan suasana panorama alam yang meneduhkan. Di UIN Alauddin, manusia dan alam terasa bersahabat. Kampus benar-benar menjadi tempat ternyaman untuk belajar dan mengembangkan potensi diri. Beberapa kali sepekan saya menikmati fasilitas jogging track yang mengelilingi lapangan sepak bola. Jika sudah lelah, saya beristirahat sejenak di Taman Dharma Wanita UIN Alauddin. Udara yang segar dengan suasana yang damai menjadi obat bagi pikiran yang lelah dan jiwa yang penat. Kampus Asri adalah kita, ayo kita jaga dan rawat bersama.
Kampus Asri adalah cita yang terus kami ikhtiarkan di UIN Alauddin Makassar. Kami selalu percaya, perubahan besar hanya dapat terjadi jika kita mau bersinergi. Sinergi adalah kunci, karena sinergi pasti melahirkan energi. Dan lewat jalan itulah Kampus Asri bertransformasi dari cita menjadi nyata.
And then they visit China.
Saya selalu bahagia dan bangga melihatnya. Taman-taman yang indah, pohon-pohon yang rindang, jalan-jalan yang tertata, dan rerumputan yang terhampar membuat saya selalu rindu. Rindu untuk bertemu, bercengkrama dan belajar bersama di kampus kita UIN Alauddin Makassar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. I am Ahmad Ardila Rahman, one of the alumni of English Education Department of Alauddin State Islamic University of Makassar. I would like to extend my congratulations to all the committees of Iconele for the conduct of the Iconele conference, and I expect that the conduct of the conference would be successful, and then this is the opportunity for all participants and all presenters to present their papers and then their research ideas so that we can share each other. So congratulations everyone and wish luck for the conduct. Goodbye.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Praise the Lord, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to greet you on behalf of a lecturer at Institute Para Hikmah Indonesia and the alumnus of undergraduate program at UIN Alauddin Makassar. Recently, I've been an awardee of LPDP scholarship to pursue my doctoral degree. Well, I'd like to welcome you all at Iconele. I believe that Iconele will become a great platform where we can share our knowledge, insight, and experience. Moreover, it will help the academicians to collaborate in interdisciplinary study. Well, I wish you good luck. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Nur Aliyah Nur, one of the lecturers of English Education Department, Tarbiyah and Teacher Training Faculty of UIN Alauddin Makassar. Well, I would like to say congratulations for the third Iconele International Conference of English Language Education held by English Education Department of UIN Alauddin Makassar. Congratulations all!
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, I am Arif Bala, an alum of English Education Department 2014. Currently, I'm working as a lecturer at Institute Para Hikmah Indonesia and also as an education consultant at Scottish. I would like to extend my congratulations for the third Iconele 2022. Expecting that this conference will be a perfect opportunity to not only exchanging ideas but also building our networks, which by the end will contribute positively to our respective fields, especially in English education and teaching. Congratulations also goes to the committees who can successfully conduct this event, and also congratulations to the select participants. I wish you all the best on your presentation. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bonjour, je suis Ezekiel Stevenson Oyewale, je viens de la Côte d'Ivoire, je suis participant du CCI et j'aimerais dire félicitations à l'Iconele Tree de l'Université d'État de Makassar. Merci.
Bom dia, eu sou Rafaela, eu sou participante do CCI Program do Sul do Brasil e quero desejar felicitações ao Iconele Tree.
السلام عليكم، أنا محمود من مصر، طالب في برنامج الCCI Program. أهنئكم مبروك بمناسبة Iconele 3.
Saya Rosanus Lalu, Dubes Indonesia untuk Amerika Serikat. Dengan ini mengucapkan selamat untuk acara Iconele yang ketiga yang dilaksanakan oleh Universitas UN Alauddin. Semoga acaranya berlangsung dengan baik, lancar, dan sukses selalu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya ingin mengucapkan selamat dan sukses untuk International Conference yang diadakan oleh Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris UIN Alauddin Makassar. Sukses konferensinya, sukses acaranya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Abdi Rahmat Syam, alumni jurusan Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris tahun 2011. Ingin mengucapkan selamat atas terselenggaranya International Conference on English Language Education yang dilaksanakan pada tanggal 14 sampai 15 September yang diselenggarakan oleh jurusan Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris UIN Alauddin Makassar. Semoga acaranya lancar dan sukses selalu. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hi everyone, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I wish you are going good out there. First of all, I'm such glad and very grateful to be invited to talk a little bit about Iconele, which will be held soon this month this year. Just very quick, my name is Sharif Hidayat Nasir. I earned my bachelor degree in English education at Alauddin State Islamic University exactly in 2013. And a couple of months ago, this year, I just commenced my PhD program at the University of Sydney, Australia, majoring in linguistic studies with the concentration on multimodal analysis and discourse analysis. So anyway, talking about Iconele, personally speaking, that's going to be very interesting and exciting. I recall when Iconele was first held in 2017, if I'm not mistaken. I got involved, luckily, as one of committees and panel speakers, and I came to my own conclusion that the event was very successful, very enlightening, and very prestigious. Therefore, I commend you guys to strongly participate this year and get the knowledge from that kind of event. And I wish the very best of luck for Iconele this year. Bye-bye, stay healthy, and see ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muhammad Akam Arifin. I am an alumnus of English Education Department, Alauddin State Islamic University. I am currently a Fulbright scholar pursuing a PhD in Education, Language Literacy and Technology at WSU, Washington State University in the US. And it's great to hear that the department is going to organize the third Iconele International Conference on English Language Education, which is a great place to learn, to exchange ideas, to build network, and especially to meet people with the same or at least similar research interests. So yeah, congratulations on organizing this conference, and yeah, we wish all the best luck for everyone in this involved in this conference. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Rebecca from Germany. I'm a PhD student and currently at the BIO conference in Belfast. And for your conference in Makassar, the Iconele conference, I wish you all the best and I hope you have a great time and you learn many new things and you can meet many great people.
Go.
Hello, I'm Merrin from Queen's University, Belfast. Just want to send my best wishes to everyone at the Iconele conference in Makassar, Indonesia, and I hope you have a really productive time.
Hi everyone, saya Jabal Nur, mahasiswa PhD sementara di Queen's University Belfast, United Kingdom, dan juga tentunya dosen PBI UIN Makassar. I think it's been a year since I left the university, so mau mengucapkan selamat buat conference Iconele. Semoga kegiatannya dilancarkan, semoga makin luas jaringannya, ketemu orang-orang baru, dan juga semakin bertambah wawasan keilmuannya. So, good luck for the conference. Bye.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. I am Ahmad Ardila Rahman, one of the alumni of English Education Department of Alauddin State Islamic University of Makassar. I would like to extend my congratulations to all the committees of Iconele for the conduct of the Iconele conference, and I expect that the conduct of the conference would be successful, and then this is the opportunity for all participants and all presenters to present their papers and then their research ideas so that we can share each other. So congratulations everyone and wish luck for the conduct. Goodbye.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Praise the Lord, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to greet you on behalf of a lecturer at Institut Para Hikmah Indonesia and the alumnus of undergraduate program at UIN Alauddin Makassar. Recently, I've been awardee of LPDP scholarship to pursue my doctoral degree. Well, I'd like to welcome you all at Iconele. I believe that Iconele will become a great platform where we can share our knowledge, insight, and experience. Moreover, it will help the academicians to collaborate in interdisciplinary study. Well, I wish you good luck. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Nur Aliyah Nur, one of the lecturers of English Education Department, Tarbiyah and Teacher Training Faculty of UIN Alauddin Makassar. Well, I would like to say congratulations for the third Iconele International Conference of English Language Education held by English Education Department of UIN Alauddin Makassar. Congratulations all!
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, I am Arif Bala, an alum of English Education Department 2014. Currently, I'm working as a lecturer at Institut Para Hikmah Indonesia and also as an education consultant at Scholars. I would like to extend my congratulations for the third Iconele 2022.
Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning everyone. All right. The Honorable the Head of English Education Department, Ibu Prof. Haja Siti Aziza, MED, PhD, and the Honorable keynote speakers and all the participants of Iconele or International Conference English Language Education 2022. My name is Serlia Nur. I am the moderator of today's conference. I'm very happy to see you here and all of you in this international conference. Today's conference is about new trends in ELT, best practices, opportunities, and challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker today is Bapak Dr. Andi Kaharudin, SIP M. Hum, Master Humaniora. So I will read his CV. He is a lecturer at English Education Department, UIN Alauddin Makassar. He obtained his bachelor degree at Hasanuddin University and took a master degree also at ELS, English Language Studies, in Hasanuddin University too. Kayaknya suka Unhas ini Pak ya. So you love Unhas. Sorry. And his doctoral degree in the field of applied linguistics, also from Hasanuddin University. And besides teaching in UIN, he is also teach in program Pasca Sarjana in Hasanuddin University, and also program Pasca Sarjana in English Language Education at UNISMU, Universitas Muhammadiyah Makassar. He has a lot of scientific or research publication. There are a lot of, but I will read some of them. The newest one in 2020, Academic Journal and Interdisciplinary Studies, Italy, 2020. The title is The Use of Unix-Bound Morphemes in Malay Language of Makassar Dialect. Next is in International Journal of Emerging Technology in Learning, Germany, 2020, Contribution of Technology, Culture, and Attitude to English Learning Motivation during COVID-19 outbreaks. International Journal of Psychosocial Rehabilitation, United Kingdom, 2020, The Speech Act of Complaint, Socio-Cultural Competence Used by Native Speaker of English and Education. And there are some more publication and research that have been done by Kahar. You can search his name in Google, so you will see that he has a lot of citation until 800, Pak ya, wow, sampai 800 citasinya. Alright, to save the time, today we have three speakers, but I will start with Pak Kahar first. So, Pak Kahar will present. Can you see the PowerPoint? Bisa dilihat PowerPoint-nya? Bisa? Belum ya? Panitia minta tolong PowerPoint-nya, tolong ditampilkan, sudah? Okay then, fine. So, the title of his presentation is very interesting. It's about spiritual English language teaching. Have you ever heard about spiritual English language teaching? Pernah dengar? So yeah, that's good that you haven't heard that. This is something maybe new for some of you. So Pak Kahar will talk about spiritual English language teaching, an opportunity for better English language pedagogy. The committee gave me 40 minutes. So if it is okay, Pak Kahar will present 30 minutes, is that fine? And then 10 minutes for the question and answer. All right? Okay then, to save the time, let me give time to Pak Kahar. Time is yours, Pak.
Okay, I'd like to inform the committee. Can we start from the first slide, please? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Alhamdulillahilladzi khalaqal mauta wal hayata liyabluwakum ayyukum ahsanu amala wa huwal azizul ghafur. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadur Rasulullah. Allahumma salli wa sallim wa barik ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. So first of all, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the committee of Iconele 3, who has given me this opportunity to be the keynote speaker in this international conference. To tell you the truth, that it is not easy for me to find the most appropriate topic, because after reading the theme of this conference, it is very challenging to me. New trends in ELT, best practice, opportunities, and challenges. But Alhamdulillah, I got the inspiration from my teaching experience that I can stand here right in front of you to talk about the spiritual English language teaching. Okay, so there is a very crucial question that we need to answer first before we talk more and more about this topic. The question is, does this topic matter? Or another question, is the topic important? Can anyone answer the question? In your opinion, does the topic matter? Or is the topic important? Please answer the question. The answer to this question is a password, so that we can go on describing this topic in detail. Okay. The floor, participants. Do you think this topic is important? What your reasons? What the reason? Can you say something? Reason, please. Okay, this is one of our, yeah. Okay, thank you very much for the question. Give her a round of applause. Yeah, I personally agree with you that the topic really matters. Why? Take a look at the quotation from Aristotle. One, he said, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. So what spiritual English language teaching tries to do is to teach the learner not simply teaching their mind in order to master language, but also teaching their heart. Okay, so I would like to give you detailed explanation about this topic by taking a look at the agenda of this discussion. So we have 4 things here to discuss. The first is we talk about the rationale. So rationale means the reasons why the topic matters, okay, in more factual situation. And the second, I'm going to explain about the spiritual English language teaching. What is it actually? And the third, I'm going to give you brief description about the existing methodology in the spiritual English language teaching. And finally, I will let you know about the opportunities of the spiritual English language teaching that it come to access to English education context in Indonesia. So let's first of all go to the first topic or the first subtopic, that is the rationale. Why this topic matters. Actually, there are 3 views, okay, that are used to describe the rationale. So the first is my deep anxiety for teachers. Jadi kegalauan yang begitu mendalam, ya, yang sering saya saksikan terjadi pada sebagian besar guru. First, I see the fact that many English teachers consider teaching English is simply an activity to earn money and not a trust. Trust been here, amanah. So this fact has already been proven by a research conducted by Wibowo in 2015, that many English teachers teach English because of money. The second, misapprehending about the strategic role of teachers. Many teachers consider that their main task in the classroom is simply to educate, teach, guide, direct, train, assess, and evaluate students. What they have in mind is only a scientific roles. But actually, teacher has a more strategic role in education. They carry out the mission of da'wah and prophetic mission. The third, showing unpleasant attitude while teaching. Many teachers really enjoy giving punishment to the students when they find some students make something wrong in the classroom. They can only give comment on the student's mistake, but they never give reward on the student's achievement. They are inattentive, indifferent, they're bad-tempered, and they like speaking rudely. This fact is supported by a research conducted by Tanbun Saribu and Galingging in 2021. Next. Now let's take a look at my deep anxiety for the learners. Learners have low interest in learning English. Many learners consider that learning English is like a burden. And this perception has created a negative result. They achieve low grades in English course. And this fact is also proven by a study conducted by Maharani and Hartati in 2017. The second, learners tend to have negative attitude about English. Many learners attend English lessons simply to fulfill the obligation as students. They have no deep intention to master English as it should be. And this also proved by a research conducted by Sari in 2019. And the third, learners of English have poor self-management. Many learners do not do assignments given by the teacher. When they come to class, they do not bring textbooks, no dictionary. Some of them come late, cheat in exams, and even they skip schools. This fact is also proven by a research conducted by Himawati in 2021. And the last is poor social relation among learners. Many learners like mocking each other, suka saling mengejek, bullying each other, even fighting among them. And this is also proven by a research conducted by Mufida Wirasatania Pravesti in 2021. Next. Now let's take a look at the possibility of this concept come to our curriculum. Is the spiritual English language teaching possible to exist in our educational curriculum? Take a look at the fact that almost all non-religious subjects, such as mathematics, language, physics, are taught without incorporating religious values at all, according to Amalia in 2012. The next, The English language teaching materials which integrate spiritual and religious, let's say here Islamic values, are still very limited. It is quite difficult for us to find English teaching materials which contain Islamic values as the contents of the teaching materials. Commonly we use import textbooks from Western countries. And the third is Curriculum 2013 has been replaced by a new curriculum that is we called as Curriculum Merdeka. And this curriculum comes into effect this year. This curriculum gives students, teachers, and schools the freedom to innovate and to carry out independent and creative learning activities. So this fact make me come into a conclusion that spiritual ELT is really possible to exist in our educational curriculum, specifically in English curriculum. Next. Okay, now after understanding the rationale of this topic emergence, so let me talk about what is the spiritual English language teaching. First of all, I would like to tell you that it is actually my personal view. Keep in mind that the spiritual English language teaching is my personal view. So my main concern to present this topic is not to encourage you to agree with me, but rather to make you understand, to stimulate you, to stimulate your critical thinking about placing spirituality in the contemporary English language pedagogy. I just want to remind you, keep in mind, as teachers, we have strategic role. Now, there is an important question to answer. How do I view the spiritual English language teaching? Again, this is my personal view. So let me explain to you what my personal view looks like. This concept has emerged in the context of ELT as a response to some crucial issue in education. So what I mean by crucial issues are the rationale that I have explained to you earlier. For more than 15 years, I have been attempting to teach English and to teach about English. Teach English and teach about English are two different things. When you teach English, you teach the skills. But when you teach about English, you teach the knowledge of English. You teach linguistics, you teach phonetics, you teach phonology, and many more. I have been attempting to teach English and to teach about English which integrate my own spiritual commitment. That I always discuss spirituality in my class. I ask my students, because some of my students are here, do I always discuss spirituality in my class? Please answer my question clearly, loudly. Do I always discuss spirituality in my class? Yes. Thank you very much. So the first important thing that you need to understand when we talk about spirituality, because you know, defining spirituality is not an easy thing, because there are too many concepts from the expert. But let me tell you something. I'd like to give you the essence of spirituality definition after reading so many literature about it. Spirituality actually covers three things. The first, it covers religious experience. So when we talk about our religious experience, that means we talk about our identity. As a Muslim, we need to be proud to show off our identity to the others. Be proud to be a Muslim. And you have to show it off everywhere, including when you are becoming a teacher in front of your students. To tell you the truth, at Hasanuddin University, I teach English. Once I teach English in about 70 students. And there are some students from different religious background. Christian, Hindu, Buddha, and Muslims. Do I change the way I teach? No. I keep on bringing Islamic values, the spirituality when I teach. Even if I know that the students are from different religious background. I need to show my pride to be a Muslim. It's very important because we live with that status and we die with that status. Next. Spirituality contain moral values. Kembali ke slide sebelumnya. Okay, thank you. It contains moral values. So when we talk about moral values, it deals with attitude. And the last, it contains aesthetic principles. That is characters. Being honest, being humble, loving, caring. It's a kind of aesthetic principle. So this commitment, this statement is based on a theory proposed by Irene Richinova and Prodechenko in 2018. Next. So the spiritual ELT is my personal view. The second, the spiritual ELT is an approach. So it can be considered as an approach that is theoretically, that is a theoretical view of how to use, how to integrate spirituality into English language teaching. So how is the spiritual ELT formulated theoretically? So the spiritual ELT is developed from two different background theory. The first, the theory of spirituality, and the second one is the theory of linguistics. You can take a look at the experts which support the theory of spirituality. Those people are the people whom I used their work to develop the concept of the spirituality in ELT. And the second is the theory of linguistics. Brown, Richard, Baffadal, and these are the people whose theory I used to develop the spiritual English language teaching. Next. Now I would like to give you explanation how this concept is theoretically described. It is actually not easy to implement this concept because you must have two important elements for language teaching and language acquisition. In 2047, Chomsky introduced his concept about competence and performance. This concept is then developed by Brown, by Richard. What I mean by competence and performance here, competence means knowledge. So to be a teacher, at least you must have two things. Harus memiliki pengetahuan. And then the result of your knowledge will be in your performance. So competence greatly affect your performance. So it is very difficult for someone to be a teacher without equipping himself with knowledge or competence. First, let me talk about what I mean by competence here. As I told you that basically competence means knowledge that a teacher needs to possess in order to enable him or her to teach the students. So in the past, when we talk about competence, there are only two types of competence there. The first is linguistic competence, and another one is pedagogical competence. What is linguistic competence? Your knowledge of language skills. What is pedagogical competence? Your knowledge of pedagogical activities. In order to be able to teach, you have to possess these two things. Punya ilmu tentang bahasa dan keahlian bahasa, dan punya ilmu tentang bagaimana cara mengajarkan bahasa. That's what I mean by pedagogical competence. But with this concept, the spiritual ELT, we need to have one more crucial competence. That is what I called as the spiritual competence. So in order to be able to apply the spiritual ELT, you must have competence and equip yourself with three types of competence. Linguistic competence, spiritual competence, and the last is pedagogical competence. What is spiritual competence? You have religious experiences. You love worshiping Allah if you are Muslim. You love reciting Holy Quran. Not only recite, but you memorize it so that you have something in mind. You have something to teach to your students. You not only memorize the Holy Quran, but you also memorize the saying of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allahumma salli wa sallim wa barik alaihi. Without it, you will not be able to carry out the spiritual ELT. That's the first religious experience. The second, moral values. You must understand how to behave nicely, how to behave in a good manner. You exactly know how to distinguish between bad and good, and your life choice is never to the bad thing. Your life choice always guides you to do good things. And the last is aesthetic principle. You must have good characters in you. You're honest, you're humble. Never underestimate people. You're far away from arrogant. That is aesthetic principle. So when you have these three types of competence, linguistic competence, pedagogical competence, spiritual competence, then you will be able to perform spiritual English language teaching. This competence will affect the way you compile your teaching plans. These three competences will affect the way you implement the teaching plans, will affect your evaluation and teaching process, will affect the organization when you need to follow up your teaching program. So, this is the concept of the spiritual English language teaching on the basis of the theoretical background. Next. Do I still have time? Thank you. So now let's come to discuss about how to do the spiritual English language teaching. So that is what I called as a methodology, procedure, a process. So let's first of all talk about planning the spiritual ELT. Because a good teaching must be initiated with a careful plan. So when you are going to apply spiritual English language teaching, so you have to plan. You must have plan to implement it. So what is the first thing that you have to do? The first is you must have strong motivation to implement this. no motivation, no action. So that is why it is important to realize, again, your status as a teacher, your strategic role as a teacher. If you understand your strategic role, you will be motivated. Different case if you do not understand. The second, you need to possess the required competencies for the spiritual ELT. Jadi harus memiliki pengetahuan tentang tiga ini. Tanpa ini, you will not be able to implement it. Of course, it takes time. You will have to work hard. But when you have this, you will be more valuable. You will be more fruitful in your teaching process. And the third, of course, you have to determine what to teach. What language skills. What topics need to be presented. So when you need to choose the topic, so start from choosing the topic. You have to consider to integrate the spiritual items in your teaching contents. Use Islamic resources. Right now, we can find, even if very limited, Islamic textbooks, okay, produced by LTIS. I have ever had the resource pack. It really contains Islamic teaching, Islamic values, and Muslims' activities inside the contents of the book. So you can use such kind of resources to support you, to help you to determine what to teach. And the fourth is decide how to teach. So the first important thing is to suit the teaching method, with compatible to the learner's learning styles. And don't forget, include spiritual norms in the teaching activities. For example, before starting teaching the students, to get them to recite dua at the beginning of the session and at the end of the session. And the fifth is formulate the goals of your teaching. It is important because goals something like a direction. You need to decide. Okay, next, let's take a look at the second methodology, that is implementing the spiritual English language teaching. So when I describe or explain about the implementation of the spiritual English language teaching, I don't really mean to explain about the procedures of teaching, such as pre-teaching, while teaching, and post-teaching. That's not the things that I mean. So what I'm explaining to you right now is things that most teachers forget in the teaching process. The teacher is a Muslim and the students are Muslim and they are learning in an Islamic institute, an Islamic university, but they fail to show their Islamic identity. You need to show your Islamic identity, your religious identity when you are teaching your students. What to do? First, do not forget to apply the Islamic norms in the classroom management. For example, male students sit at the front row, while female students sit at the back row. That's the first. Dalam kelas, mahasiswa laki-laki duduk di depan, mahasiswa perempuan duduk di belakang. In learning activities, when you get your students to carry out pair work or group work, it is important to remind them in order to choose and sit according to their gender. Jadi kalau ada misalnya kegiatan pair work dalam kelas, latihan diskusi, maka sampaikan tuh ke mahasiswanya. Pilih partner sesuai dengan gender dan duduk sesuai dengan gender. And then the second, teacher should start the session by first reciting basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. That's greeting. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Allahumma salli wa sallim wa barik ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Then you may quote saying from the Prophet or reciting one or two verses from the Holy Quran. At the beginning of my talk, I said, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad. Alhamdulillahilladzi khalaqal mauta wal hayata liyabluwakum ayyukum ahsanu amala. That's the thing that I always do. Why is that? I'm a Muslim and I teach Muslim students. The third, instruct the learners to begin and to earn learning by reciting dua. Many students, even if they study in Islamic institution, they do not know the norms of praying. Banyak yang tidak tahu bagaimana tata cara berdoa. It is our responsibility as a teacher to teach them, to guide them the right thing. The fourth, always remind the learners of moral values, such as honesty, when reporting attendance, doing assignments, or doing tests. The fifth, when you need to choose a topic to teach in your classroom, so teach relevant and suitable topics for Muslims' life. Avoid irrelevant ones, such as, kalau ngajar topiknya itu, tolong pilihlah topik yang sesuai dengan topik-topik ya keislaman. Jangan mengambil topik yang tidak cocok dengan kehidupan Islam. For example, going to bars, attending party, socializing, which commonly involve different genders without restriction. And the sixth, incorporate Islamic phrases, expression, or Islamic terms in the teaching materials. Gunakan ungkapan-ungkapan yang biasa digunakan oleh kaum muslim sebagai identity. Next, let me show you the example. This is a very good example to exemplify the type of teaching materials which can be used in this concept. For example, when you teach a topic asking for direction, Assalamualaikum, excuse me, is there a grocery store around here? Wa alaikumussalam. Assalamualaikum, can you tell me how to get to Masjid Sultan Zainal Abidin? That's the example. Giving direction. If you want to eat Muslim food, you can choose either restaurant Mak Jini or Cafe Pak Mak. To find a halal place to eat, just take a look at halal. It is very important because this is our culture. The wrong thing, we use Western culture, come into our educational activities. And we never remember that we as a Muslim also have our own culture. Next. Yeah, if you want to design a dialogue, so this can be a good example. Okay, next. Now, if you are interested in implementing the spiritual ELT, what can be expected? Can you make the slide in a wider screen, please? Ya, tolong dibuat slide-nya lebih besar. Ya, what can be expected from the spiritual ELT? The first, ini sama ya, what are the advantages? The first, it will make you realize that your teaching is your profession. Bisa membuat kalian menyadari bahwa mengajar itu adalah bekal untuk mati. Teacher will have different purpose of teaching, not only for money, but also for good deeds. Good deeds itu amal soleh. As a profession, sebagai bekal in the afterlife. Without spirituality, you will not be able to have such kind of idea in your mind. Second, it will make you love your students. Because using spirituality in your teaching means you provide spiritual needs for your learners, which facilitate them to become good moral students. It is not important to have smart students, but their morale are bad. You can go home, ask your parent, ask your father, ask your mother, I'm the smartest student in my class, but I'm dishonest. Will your parents proud of you? Never. You put your parents in a bad situation. So having good morale is important. And the third, if you apply the spiritual ELT, at least it will be an effort to reduce the juvenile delinquency. According to Wright, in 2003, spirituality has a tendency to reduce the level of unruliness, violence, anarchy among young people. Next. So those are the advantages when you implement the spiritual English language teaching. So let's review this concept. To tell you the truth, that carrying out spiritual education, bring spirituality in your teaching and learning process is not easy. Is it? It is very complicated and difficult. Why is that? Limited materials, experience, knowledge, probably the main factors that make this task more difficult in comparison to teaching universally. However, if you have a good commitment in your heart, you want to grow and develop, you want to contribute something beneficial, you want to change your students, you will take this opportunity. You may not go backward just because of feeling lack of knowledge. So this is an opportunity to do something innovative and improve the quality of our students and the quality of our English education outcomes. Second, of course, English teachers who are challenged to implement the spiritual ELT will need to learn a lot. Ini konsekuensinya. And to tell you the truth, not all people like learning a lot. Napoleon Hill used to say, if you want to be successful in your life, put yourself out of the crowd. Kalau ingin berhasil dalam hidup, put yourself out of the crowd. Berhentilah menjadi golongan orang-orang kebanyakan. Not all teachers like to learn. What else? They need to exercise a little patience in both areas. In the areas of spirituality and in the area of linguistics. And you need to know that it really takes time to be familiar with the concept. Next. Now the question is, does the spiritual ELT have an opportunity to exist? I have 4 things here to tell you. The first, keep in mind your strategic role. Put it in your heart. Remember that teachers do not only assigned to carry out scientific mission, but you are also responsible for carrying out sacred mission, that is da'wah and prophetic mission, for guiding your students to get the right path. The path to get closer and to know, to obey Allah Ta'ala. The second, keep in mind that teaching is your responsibility. And as a Muslim teacher, it is your responsibility to educate the Muslim generation with spirituality. And the third, it is your opportunity. The reason for saying that it is your opportunity because, as I told you earlier, the 2013 curriculum has been replaced by Curriculum Merdeka. And then what does Curriculum Merdeka say? Curriculum Merdeka gives freedom to students, teachers, and schools to innovate and carry out independent and creative learning activities. So the spiritual English language teaching is the representation of innovation and creativity. The last, and this is very important, take a look at yourself. Ask yourself. This is very important to know how you see yourself. I myself, I can no longer see myself as an educator first and a Muslim a second. What I'm doing now is I see myself as a Muslim who has chosen to become an educator. And I use education as my way to give contribution to the improvement of life for all in society, regardless the race, religion, tribes, and nationality. Thank you very much for listening. That's all that I can say. Let me end my talk by saying Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad. Jazakumullah khairan kasiran.
Thank you very much, Bapak Dr. Andi Kaharudin, SIP, M.Hum, for giving such an informative and interesting presentation. Do you agree that it is informative and interesting, right? Yes. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, now are the time for the question and answer session. I would like to have 3 questions, please, from the participant. There are also 70 participants in Zoom meeting. Of course, more questions from the floor also and from the Zoom meeting. So if you have some question, please raise your hand. Okay, 1, then okay, 2, and 3. Okay, I couldn't see. Sorry, the internet from this place is not good. I'm out from the Zoom meeting. Okay then, fine. The committee panitia minta tolong, can you help? Nov, yeah. The first question from the student.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Introduction, my name is Nur Fadila. I'm from English Education Department, UIN Alauddin Makassar. Okay, about curriculum Merdeka, my question is whether the independent curriculum is able to change the student perspective on English, and what does it have to do with spiritual English teaching? Thanks. Allahumma fiq ila aqwamit thariq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Can you repeat once more, please? What?
My question is whether this independent curriculum Merdeka is able to change the students' perspective on English, and what does it have to do with spiritual English teaching? Apakah kurikulum Merdeka bisa mengubah cara pandang mahasiswa terhadap bahasa Inggris ini, dan bagaimana hubungannya dengan pengajaran tentang spiritual? Terima kasih.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much. Next, participant, Ibu di depan, Novi siapa? Oh, do you want to answer directly, sir? Okay.
I prefer to answer the question directly because I'm afraid I forget the question if we have to collect some questions and you give me opportunity to answer. You know, I'm in difficult situation. Yeah, to tell you the truth, it is not easy to provide you this topic because I have to stay up late at night, okay, just to make the slides. Yeah, the question is, can Kurikulum Merdeka change the perceptions of students? You need to know that curriculum is simply a system. Jadi kurikulum itu hanyalah alat. Dia hanyalah sebuah sistem. The curriculum contributes nothing if the teachers cannot use the opportunity given by the curriculum effectively. Jadi kurikulum itu tidak bisa merubah apapun tanpa bantuan dari guru. Biar juga kurikulum bagus, kalau guru tidak mampu menjalankan amanat yang ada di dalam kurikulum tersebut, so the curriculum will change nothing. So Kurikulum Merdeka can only give a great effect to improve the quality of our education, to mend the situation of our students, if the teacher take the opportunity. Jadi hanya bisa itu berubah, memberi efek itu kurikulum kalau guru mengambil kesempatan itu. Guru, the teacher, has strong motivation, has a good intention to apply the principle in the curriculum in his teaching activities. If the teacher doesn't have good intention, strong motivation, the curriculum is still nothing. Okay? Jadi apapun kurikulumnya sebenarnya kalau pelakunya itu yang tidak sadar, percuma. Biar bagus kurikulumnya tuh kalau guru-guru yang mengajarkan kurikulum itu tidak punya kesadaran. Oke? Jadi that's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Kahar. Next question, please. Komite, minta tolong. Di depan, paling depan.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, first of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Husnaini. I'm from UIN Raden Fatah Palembang. Okay, thank you. I'm a lecturer of UIN Raden Fatah Palembang. My students usually call me Mem Husna. Okay, first I would like to say thank you so much for Pak Andi Kaharudin to give the excellent material about spiritual in ELT. And then, I also would like to invite you to follow or to attend our conference, our first conference, Iconele, if in here is Iconele, but in our university, UIN Raden Fatah Palembang is Iconele, the first Iconele International Conference on English Teaching and Education. It will be held on December, yeah, on 15 December. Okay. Next, it's about spiritual ELT. I have published my article entitled "Teaching Moral Values Through EYL Literature." How? And there are some strategies to introduce or to teach the moral values in EYL, English Young Learners, yeah, by using literature for the pre-activity, main activity, and post-activity. For example, the teacher can teach the students by using playing games and singing a song, and then they can give the characters, and also the students can find out the characters and the moral values from those stories, yeah, that students or teacher read. And also, the moral values, yeah, consist of religious experience, spiritual competence, and also aesthetic principle, yeah. But I think not all people have religious education, yeah, from starting from elementary school until university. For example, I myself graduated from Islamic education, yeah, from elementary school until university, and I have not knowledge, yeah, have a knowledge deeply in our religious material, yeah. But I think we don't need to be ustad or ustazah to teach our students, yeah, to teach our students about our religion, yeah. So my question is, as the lecturer, how can we prepare our students as the pre-service teacher to teach the students, yeah, in the classroom, yeah. Maybe some of our students have the background knowledge about religious material, but maybe not all our students, yeah, some of our students have a knowledge, the religious, our religious material, our religious knowledge deeply. So how can we prepare our students as a lecturer to prepare, yeah, our students to teach the students about spiritual ELT in the classroom? Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ibu, from Raden Fatah Palembang, ya. Nice to meet you. So the question is, how can we prepare the student, Pak Andi Kahar?
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. Yeah, I take two things from the question. The first, how can we apply the spirituality if we do not have any religious educational background? You don't need to have educational background to spread the teaching of Islam. Let me give you myself as an example. I cannot give example from other people because I do not know nothing about them, but I completely know about myself. So that is why I give you an example from myself. My S1 is not from English department actually, from Faculty of Social and Political Science, Governmental Studies. So that is why my S1 degree is Sarjana Ilmu Pemerintahan. Then I go to postgraduate program. I went to the postgraduate program in 2004, English Language Studies. And my S3 program is Applied Linguistics. Right now, I have a foundation, yayasan, okay, which organize rumah tahfiz. And I also have a school, junior high school, okay, which runs tahfizul Quran activities. I myself do not understand Allah's destiny. If you take a look at my educational background, none of them support me to do what I am doing right now. I'm active in giving speech in the mosque, Jum'ah, Idul Fitri, Idul Adha, Ramadan, and I don't need to have educational background. Why is that? Because I'm a Muslim. It is my responsibility to learn my religion. How can I call myself as a Muslim whereas I do not understand the Islamic teaching? How can you be so, how can you have so self-confidence to claim yourself, to name yourself a Muslim, and you yourself do not understand about your religion? It is your responsibility to learn the Holy Quran. It is your responsibility to learn fiqh. It is your responsibility to learn the hadith from Rasulullah. You need to know a father needs religion so that he can teach religion to his wife. A wife needs knowledge of religion so that he can teach his children. Children need knowledge of religion because the knowledge of religion can show him how to be an obedient children to their parents. So we have no reason to say that I am not from educational or not from religious background, and it prevents us from spreading the Islamic values. I am the person who really disagree with that claim because I have proven it. You don't need religious educational background to understand Islamic teaching, to spread Islamic teachings to your students. All you need is your self-contemplation. All you need is to realize that this is essential for me because I am a Muslim. And as I told you at the end of my speech, this is not an easy thing to do. Not an easy thing to do because we need strong motivation to implement it. In order to be able to implement the spiritual English language teaching, you have to equip yourself with competence. How to equip yourself with competence? You have to learn. Because knowledge doesn't come itself. It must be prepared. How to prepare ourselves with knowledge? Learning. You read a lot and listen a lot. Banyaklah membaca dan banyaklah mendengar. It is simply a dream if you want to apply spirituality in your teaching activities, but you do not have spiritual competence. So now ask yourself, do I have strong motivation? Why I need to have such a kind of motivation? Because you are Muslim. Keep in mind the strategic role of a teacher. I have told you at the beginning of this class. Remember what Aristotle said about education. If you only educate mind, but you do not educate heart, that is not education. So how can you teach your students' heart? How can you teach the heart of your students without spirituality? Spirituality is the only way to get an access for heart education. Nothing else. I can guarantee. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu. Okay, thank you very much, Ibu. Okay, the last question from this room. Okay, please, because I still have one question from the Zoom meeting. Okay, Panitia. Okay, while waiting for the question, Pak Kahar would like to answer the question from the Zoom meeting. The question is, in recent years, there have been discussion on religions and their effects on English language teaching. Topic in this discussion have ranged from how religion will affect English language teaching on the social level, the institutional level, and the individual level. How the researcher will focus to the religions that influence individual English language teaching scholars. So how, yes.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions.
That's
okay, I really
from Dadang.
Yeah,
Dadang Prasetyo.
I really appreciate the question from Dadang Prasetyo. The question is how the researcher will focus to the religion that influence individual in English language teaching scholars. First of all, you need to understand your role. Jadi pertama-tama tuh kita perlu paham betul ini peranan kita sebenarnya apa. It is very difficult to carry out your responsibility correctly, effectively if you do not understand your role. You cannot be a good student if you do not understand your role as a student. You know nothing about what you have to do to be a good student. So the same situation goes to the question. Jadi pertama-tama, ask yourself, are you Muslim or not? If you claim yourself a Muslim, so you need to understand your role. Allah Ta'ala said, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُ. The only one purpose of the human creation in order to worship Allah. So Allah is the only one reason why we come to exist in this world. So when you carry out a research, Allah must be the reason. When you carry out an educational activity, Allah must be the reason. If I go back to my previous explanation, keep in mind your strategic role as a teacher. You are not only assigned to educate, to teach, to assess students, but also you have responsibility to guide them to the right path. So even in your position, in your status as a researcher, you need to guide your reader in order to know Allah, get closer to Allah, and obey Allah. It's important. So, I can only give one suggestion for the question. Realize your role. Know yourself. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Pak Dadang Prasetyo Jatmiko, is that clear? All right, we move to the next, the last question, because after this there will be another presenter. Last one.
Okay. let's say a teacher is interested in applying spiritual English language teaching. The question is how to convince the students that we are qualified enough to teach such kind of a thing. Allah Ta'ala once said, Kabura maqtan indallahi an taqulu ma la taf'alun. Which means sangat besar kemurkaan Allah pada orang-orang yang menyuruh orang lain berbuat sesuatu sementara dirinya sendiri tidak melakukan. It is very difficult for you to make your student accept your teaching if you yourself do not accept the teaching. So in order to make people accept you, you first of all need to accept yourself. What I mean is, supaya orang tuh bisa menerima pesan-pesan spiritual yang kalian sampaikan, yang kita sampaikan di dalam kelas, maka memang terlebih dahulu kita sendiri tuh harus menerima pesan-pesan spiritual itu. Jadi yang dimaksud dengan menerima ada dua indikatornya. You know about it and you do it. Itu yang dimaksud menerima. Jadi jangan pernah berharap kita bisa mendidik orang kalau kita gagal mendidik. Karena teaching spirituality to the students must be initiated from teaching ourselves with spirituality. If you succeed in teaching yourself spirituality, I can guarantee you will be successful in teaching your students spirituality. Why is that? Because you can be the pattern for them. Yang paling susah sekarang ini kan kita tidak memiliki figur yang bisa dijadikan teladan. That's the problem. Banyak orang menyuarakan kebenaran, keadilan, kejujuran. Dia sendiri tidak bisa benar, tidak bisa jujur, tidak bisa adil. Jadi mengajarkan hati itu hanya bisa dilakukan juga dengan hati. When you use spirituality in your English language teaching, that means you do not only teach your students the skills of language to supply their mind with language rules, but you also teach their heart so that they can become good moral students. Teach heart can only be carried out if you use your heart. Jelas ya?
Excuse me, my question is actually how to make the student accept our way in teaching. Jadi kan banyak anak-anak atau siswa yang kalau misalnya disuruh itu nggak mau gitu. Jadi apakah dengan cara yang lembut atau misalnya dengan ayo kita pertama harus baca doa semuanya, apakah harus seperti itu? Karena kalau di Jogja sendiri banyak orang-orang yang tidak suka dengan cara disuruh gitu. Jadi how to make the student accept our way in teaching spiritual in ELT.
Ya itu juga, ya, jadi sama ya saya katakan tadi. Yang pertama itu lakukan dulu. Saya coba mengajar di kelas itu, tiap kali saya mengajar, saya selalu mengawali itu dengan berdoa terlebih dahulu. Dan setiap kali selesai mengajar juga selalu berdoa terlebih dahulu. Jadi as I told you earlier that you need to do what you teach to your student first.
So being a role model for our students.
Yeah, that is what I said. Kabura maqtan indallahi an taqulu ma la taf'alun. Teramat besar kemurkaan Allah pada seseorang, pada orang yang menyuruh orang yang berbuat sesuatu sementara dirinya tidak melakukan. Makanya jangan pernah menyuruh orang lain kalau kita sendiri gagal menyuruh diri kita. Karena pendidikan itu esensinya adalah keteladanan. Keep in mind. Keteladanan itu pendidikan. Setengah mati kita bercerita tentang kejujuran. Ceramah kita tentang kejujuran 1 jam 2 jam itu tidak ada artinya kalau kita tidak bisa memberikan keteladanan. That's all.
Okay, I got it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm really sorry. If you have more questions, you can send email to the committee or directly to Pak Andi Kahar. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end of our session. Before we close this session, I would like to say that I don't want to conclude because I believe that I also, this is an insightful topic. We do hope that it can stimulate us, bisa menstimulasi our critical thinking about how placing the spirituality in our English language teaching in the classroom. All right, I would like to thank to the speaker, Bapak Dr. Andi Kaharudin, SIP, MA, for his for his excellent presentation, informative and also interesting topic. And also thank you for all the participants who active in this conference. Finally, applaud to the speaker and all of us. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, committee.
Ya, saya mohon doa restunya. Sebenarnya yang sedang saya jelaskan saat ini adalah sebuah draft yang akan saya terbitkan menjadi sebuah buku. Jadi saya mohon doa semoga Allah Ta'ala memberikan kesehatan, memberikan petunjuk sehingga apa yang akan dihasilkan dari konsep ini mudah-mudahan bisa memberi manfaat bagi perkembangan dunia pendidikan terutama di pendidikan bahasa Inggris.
Amin, amin.
Jazakumullah khairan katsira. Amin.
Amin. Terima kasih banyak Pak Kahar. Alright. Thank you very much. See you around. Okay, the next session will be the second presenter, speaker. Yes, thank you Pak. I just want to share, we just continue directly. So the second speaker is Inero Valbuena Anco. He is from Philippines. Unfortunately, he cannot make it come to Makassar, but he sent his video. So we are going to watch his video. Hairul, yang di belakang panitia. Do you have the video? So maybe while they are preparing, I will read some of his curriculum vitae. So he is from Philippines, Mr. Inero. Okay, he's a Bachelor of Arts in Philippines. He graduated in May 2007. He took his master's degree in South Korea in Konbuk National University. Yes, I believe that most of the students love Korea. And then his doctoral degree in Doctor of Philosophy in Education, also in South Korea, Konbuk National University, Jeonsu City. Yes. He has a lot of research and publication. The latest one in 2021. His topic is North Korean denuclearization and peace and stability of East Asia. That's 2021. And presentation in Women Studies Association of the Philippines Conference. The title is She Works and It Works, Managing Personal and Professional Tasks of Filipino Women During the Pandemic. Wow, this is an interesting topic. And there are a lot of journals and also research projects. So he also had book publication about inputs to school leadership in the new normal, idealism and implementation in Indonesia and the Philippines. So he did research in Indonesia and Philippines. Okay, so we will share his CV Maybe if you would like to contact him, you can reach him in his email, ivancho@up.edu.ph. Okay. All right. Committee, is the video okay? All right then. So after this, we will have Isoma. Yes. Kalau Isoma yes semua. Isoma and the third presenter will be Joy. Joy Dell from UK. Pak Inero will have
Good day. I hope
video. Okay.
you are safe and healthy. I am grateful for the invitation to deliver the keynote speech for this year's conference. Today is indeed a meaningful opportunity for all of us to share and collaborate as frontliners of language teaching. I would like to express my gratitude to UIN Alauddin Makassar for the invitation. While we are meeting today through online, I am hopeful that in the coming years, we will be able to meet face to face and forge meaningful and fruitful collaboration. I am Inero Ancho from the Department of Human and Family Development Studies, College of Human Ecology, University of the Philippines, Los Baños. The things I will be sharing today is anchored on our conference theme, New Trends in ELT, Best Practices, Opportunities, and Challenges. As I develop this discussion, I am very interested to highlight human development as a concept as we unfold ELT trends. Our practices in the classroom, the opportunities that we face, and the challenges that we keep addressing are all part of the totality of our experiences, our students' behavior, and our appreciation of our own context. Over the years, we have seen the roles of English language teaching as a vital and crucial part of connection. Our English teachers here, how was your pandemic ELT experience? I'm quite sure you felt how serious your roles are and that your practices truly impact the directions of your class, especially when the teaching and learning process is virtual. You carry with you the effective practices in ELT. You were able to tell which strategies work and which ones are worth changing. No one was prepared for the pandemic. To simply put it, teachers, especially those in the context of traditional face-to-face teaching, had to recalibrate practices and approaches and make every single approach equitable, effective, and relevant. The current pandemic leads us to polish our pedagogical approaches, to test theory into practice, and link practices according to what the theorists tell us. Responsive and relevant ELT practices provide us the directions in making sure that in our classroom, no one is left behind. Day after day, our teachers are busy with designing approaches that highlight student engagement. How do we make our students feel that they are part of the class? What do we do to make them participate? Our efforts leads us to keep our students engaged. Whenever we talk about opportunities in ELT, there is no doubt that the list is never ending. Going back to our classroom, ELT is evidence of a context that enhances 21st century skills, where creativity and leadership are given a premium. We are at the forefront of providing the way so students are able to clearly present ideas. Our ELT classroom has become the center of clarity, where ideas are solicited, heard, and respected. Our ELT classroom has seen our efforts in nurturing our students as effective communicators. The challenges that we face in and out of our ELT classrooms are never ending. The current pandemic has posed serious challenges to our academic pursuits. With never-ending lockdowns and quarantine protocols implemented, process has surely found its way to feel the effects of delay, backlog, and disruption. ELT in the contemporary time entails careful planning, particularly in terms of teaching strategies, resources, and priorities. The effort to sustain the new education setup is met with various challenges, both by the teachers and the students. Going online to facilitate teaching and learning, especially with slow internet service, is truly heartbreaking. The time element is also one crucial factor to consider, as teachers are left with no choice but to adopt to the entire curriculum and evaluation methods given the limited preparation time. With strong theoretical foundations at hand, backed up by solid and firm practice, our ELT classrooms, led by the teacher, was able to navigate his or her own way in this pandemic scenario and eventually position him or her as a game changer who will lead to the beneficial results and positive gains. It is crucial to change old mindset to position temporal demands in terms of planning, decision-making, and implementing lessons in the classroom. Our classrooms may have been transformed depending on physical setup and modality, but the challenge still remains. Learning never stops in the midst of the pandemic. As teachers deliver their lessons online and students focus their attention on the computer screen, the experience deviates, teaching and learning from being humane and warm. It would literally feel working with machines, as if fulfilling a very routinary and mechanical task. Restoring moral values could happen once moral standards are advanced. In a world filled with doubt, anxiety, and fear, teaching and learning could be utilized as a weapon in empowering individuals to be agents of transformation and building resilient individuals. And this starts in our ELT classroom. The advent of online learning could also serve as a platform, not just for academic discourse, but also for revitalizing values and our desire for the future. As students spend time at the comforts of their home, following distance learning protocols, the curriculum could facilitate campaigns to advance values education and ethical conduct. Our classrooms serve as a niche in providing students with the skills they need in life. Teachers could design lessons that highlight learning outcomes, facilitated through authentic life applications. As technology gets in its way in the stream of teaching and learning, it is crucial to note that this fact poses challenges in the context of education and technology in the contemporary times. Education, central to values, must first recognize that the students and teachers make up a globalized community, as the population sees connection and engagement via online means. The COVID-19 pandemic can serve as an opportunity to deepen their understanding about the interconnected world. It is true that none of us has faced this kind of pandemic before. However, a proactive and future-leaning perspective will surely go a long way. Let the old mindset be the guide in practically weighing how issues could be resolved. We should all work hard for a higher level of preparedness in order to accelerate fine-tuning modalities suitable to experiences, conditions, and perspectives in the context of English language teaching. The lessons of the past should ignite our passion to deliver sound, efficient, and effective education services to our stakeholders. Embracing digital technology in relation to English language teaching and learning has been the talk of the town since the early months of 2020. Schools are expected to offer provision, so it becomes central to the development, learning, and achievement of the children and youth for whom they are responsible. Whether offered as a temporary or permanent solution, virtual learning is now posed as a solution. So teaching and learning will still pursue amidst lockdown and restricted physical interaction. It is also crucial to note how some institutions have struggled and faced resistance from students, teachers, parents, and other stakeholders as new forms of teaching and learning are introduced. Technology will always be a consistent part of school organization vocabulary, especially in the education sector. However, as things would always zero in to computers, connectivity, and e-learning, it is also imperative to note that there are exceptions to this rule, especially when we are bombarded with skyrocketing charges for mobile data, yet being served by struggling internet connection. Things are filled with uncertainties and we need to be prepared for the future. The education system is faced with gigantic tasks that need to be resolved in terms of teaching and learning. We are at the forefront of the scenario, prepared, competent, and futuristic. The new normal needs English language teachers who are ready to address old mindset while upholding values and human development perspectives. Amidst existing practices, maximizing opportunities, and facing the challenges at hand. Thank you very much for listening. Have a good day.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Hello. Good day.
Yes.
I hope all of you are safe and healthy. I am grateful for the invitation to deliver the keynote speech for this year's day. Is indeed a meaningful opportunity for all of us to share and collaborate as frontliners of language teaching.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Inero Falbiona Anko. The topic is about human development and language practices, opportunities, and challenges. So I will not conclude, but if you have any question, comment, you can send email to him. His email is ivanko@up.edu.ph. Bisa ditampilkan tidak tadi dia punya email? Ada nggak emailnya? Hairul, can you show his email? All right, we're waiting for the committee. Now it's almost 12, 10 more minutes. So we are going to have Isoma for 1 hour. Let me check the itinerary first. Not 1 hour, but 1.5 hours. So we will come back here at 3:30 until 2. There will be another speaker from United Kingdom, Joe Dell. And after that, the parallel session, we will divide it into some break room. Yes, so you can see the program. So there will be parallel session, and also there will be online room presentation. So you can choose. Anda bisa pilih topik yang mana yang menarik, which one is interesting. Oke, ada nggak Harul emailnya? Nggak ada? Nggak ada, but I will have it in, nanti kita share. Nanti di-share sama panitia, ada emailnya di CV-nya. Alright then, I think that's all for this session. Saya rasa cukup untuk sesi ini. We will come back here again at 1:30. Is that okay? Yeah, so if you want to pray, ada musalah di lantai 1 sama lantai 2. I hope we will come back here on time. Okay? Okay then, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Cek. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon, everybody. It's still afternoon or morning? Afternoon already, all right. Okay, well, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, praise to the Lord. Dear Almighty God, who has been giving His mercies and blessings so we can attend this place without any troubles and obstacles. And thank you very much for all of participants from online and then offline who have attended this Iconele. All right. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce our speaker, our distinguished speaker, Mr. Joe Dell, an independent language consultant from UK, United Kingdom. Well, welcome, Mr. Joe. Hello, Mr. Dell. Hello. Wow. All right. Now it's 6. Kenapa dengaran suaranya? Yeah. We cannot hear your voice. Excuse me, sir. Siapa IT-nya? It's now is 6:34, jam 6.34 di Inggris. Jadi subuh, ya pagi-pagi sekali di sana. Wow, it's really early in the morning, sir. Good morning there.
Good morning. It's really lovely to be here. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Okay. How can I call you actually?
Just call me Joe. It's fine.
Pardon?
You can call me by my first name. Just call me Joe. It's fine.
Oh, okay, Joe. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's an honor for us to have you among us here.
Thank you.
All right. I'd like to read the CV of Joe Dell here, or Mr. or Joe, yeah. He works with various organizations such as Network for Language, ALL, the British Council, the BBC, Skype, Microsoft, and The Guardian. And he is also the host of the TEST MFL Forum for 6 years, and former SSAT language lead practitioner, and a regular conference speaker and a recognized expert on technology and language learning. He's also got some experiences, such as he's currently working on the Nusantara Go project for the British Council in Indonesia and Peer 3 languages. And then he has spoken at conferences and run training courses in Europe, North America, South America, the Middle East, the Far East, and Australasia. Is it Australia and Asia, sir?
Yeah, so Australasia means Australia and New Zealand.
Oh, all right. Okay, thank you. Next,
welcome.
he was also a member of the Ministerial Steering Group of Languages for the UK Coalition Government and advised on the Linguent worldwide project for the language company. He created ICT activities for the new Institute franchise ALL. Excuse me, can we know what ALL stands for?
So ALL stands for the Association for Language Learning. So it's a subjects association in the UK.
Oh, okay, thank you. It's really great. And Network for Language Primary French Project Niveau Bleu, Blanc and Rouge courses. And he was also shortlisted for an NAACE Impact Award in 2013. He supported the Erasmus Plus project conflict to cooperation with 5 European countries and the Erasmus Plus project learning to think and live outside the box. Well, the next experiences. He recently organized and co-hosted a 10-part series of webinars. Wow, that's very wonderful. A Saturday Tech Talk in collaboration with the British Council in Indonesia and ITEL.
I think you're muted.
Hello, Joe, I'm come back.
No problem.
Yeah, he also worked on the supporting schools reform in Algeria project through the British Council 2019 to 2020. He was recently described in a Guardian article as an MFL guru. What is MFL?
So MFL stands for Modern Foreign Languages. So my background is teaching French, and I work with teachers of French, German, Spanish, as well as English teachers. So today I'm working with English teachers, but my background is I was a French teacher for 13 years.
Wow, that's really great for us to learn from the expert. Well, and the man behind the MFT Twitterati, what is it?
Yeah, so MFL Twitterati is a hashtag on Twitter which refers to a community of language teachers, and the hashtag is used all over the world, and there are 5,000 members of the Twitter list which I manage, which is on my profile, called MFL Twitterers. So I would really encourage everybody, if you're on Twitter, to use the hashtag or search for the hashtag, because you will find interesting ideas every single time you do that. MFL Twitterati.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, without further ado, I'd like to, please, Joe, to share with us about his knowledge in terms of sharing good practice in the new normal third Iconele International Conference on English Language Education, 14th September 2022. Can you see the PPT, PowerPoint?
I will share it now.
All right.
I'm doing it right now. Here we go.
Okay.
See it now, I hope.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Now, I'd like to please you to present your material. The
Thank you. I will speak
yours.
for 30 minutes, if that's okay, because we've started a little bit later. Is that all right if I speak for 30 minutes? So we'll finish at about 2:10 your time.
Sure.
Fantastic. Okay, well, thank you ever so much, everybody. I really hope that you find the session useful. I'm going to be showing lots of practical ideas, sharing good practice in the new normal. I'll be sharing the whole presentation with you. So if you want to take notes, I would encourage you to do so. But I'll be sharing the whole presentation with you on the last slide. As you can see, my contact details are on the screen. So I'm at Joe Dale on Twitter. If you're into Twitter, you like that sort of thing, then feel free to have a look at my Twitter account. My email address is joedale@talk21.com. So again, feel free to get in touch with me if you find the ideas interesting. And I'd really like to thank the organisers, particularly Nisa, for inviting me along to speak at your event. I'm very much looking forward to it, and I very much hope that you find the session useful. Okay, so to start off with, I wanted to mention the technology and language teaching webinars, which I helped to organize with my friend Helen Myers, who is the chair of the London branch of the Association for Language Learning, or ALL, that was mentioned earlier. So back in March 2020, when I had just come back from Algeria, working with the British Council on a project there, the pandemic started, and both myself and Helen both came up with the idea of putting together a series of webinars for not only ALL members, but anybody in the world that was interested in finding out about different ways of using technology to enhance language learning. And since March 2020 up until January 2022, we have done over 140 webinars, and you can access all the recordings of the webinars at my YouTube channel, which is available at Joedale100, Joedale100. So I will put that in the chat right now for everyone to see, but it's Joedale 100. So if you just do a search on YouTube for Joedale100, then you'll find you'll find my channel. Okay, so there's everything you could possibly want to know about technology and languages. Just have a look at that YouTube channel, and you'll find lots of information. Okay, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go through and I'm going to show practically how to use lots of different tools. So to start off with, this one is called Wheel of Names. Let me show you how it works. So Wheel of Names, if I have it open here, Wheel of Names is a completely free tool which allows you to input text into these different sections as well as images. So for example here, let's get rid of the text which is here, like this, and then I will then put in some names such as John, Paul, George, and Ringo. You may recognize these names. And then if I spin the wheel, what will happen is one of the items will then be chosen, like this. So it's going to be Paul. It's going to be Paul. Okay, so Paul then comes up. So I would then use this in a whole class situation, either face-to-face or hybrid or remotely. I would then, having seen that Paul was picked, I would then ask Paul a question. But clearly in these boxes, in addition to writing names, you could write in different things. You could write in sentence starters, or you could write in verbs, or whatever it is that you want to put in there. Now, one of the things I really like about this this website is the way that you can add images. So for example, you could use a website such as photosforclass.com, and this gives you access to lots of different photos which are royalty free, which are allowed to use legally. So if I put in a search for Indonesia, for example, and then we'll click on find photos, and then in a moment we should get some results. Here we are. Okay. So let me just wait for the page to come up. There we are. So we've got some different pictures here. Let's click on this one. So I click download. That will now download that picture like this, and then I'm going to go into Wheel of Names, which is here. There we are, and then you'll see I can click on the add image option and add image as entry, and then click on the link and click open. Okay, and you'll see now that that image has been added to the wheel. So I could have a wheel just of images if I wanted to. Let me show you another tool called Auto Draw, which is also great for making images. Okay, right, I'm going to click start drawing like this. This is autodraw.com, and I'm going to click here and choose the square option. I'm going to choose the black option here, and now I'm going to try and draw a cat with a mouse like this. This is supposed to be a cat. Okay, you can all try this at home. Okay, it's when I start doing the whiskers, then it all starts to happen. It's a cute cat. Yeah, it's supposed to be a cat. Okay, so at the top of the screen, this is a Google tool using artificial intelligence. Google is trying to work out what this is supposed to be. So it thinks it might be a crab, or it might be a lobster, or it might be a polar bear, but of course it's a cat. So I click here and ta-da, it's now a cat. So this is a really nice way of being able to draw professional looking clip art if you're not particularly good at drawing like me, okay? So now if I click on the fill tool and I change the color to say yellow, I can now have a yellow cat, for example. So now I can click on the 3 lines there and click download. I can now download, there we are, the image. I can go back to Wheel of Names, which is here, and I could now click here and go to add image as entry, find the image, there it is, click open, and now I've added my cat. So you can see how you can have lots of images and lots of different options. Another one that I like is this Chrome extension called Emoji Keyboard. So here, for example, if I did a search and I put in, let's say, television, I wanted to talk about sports, for example, I can click copy, like that, and then I can click here, and I can paste in the link. Oh, let's do that again. There we are. Oh, I've got it on the same line, so I'll get rid of that, and then paste in the link. Can you see? So I've got now television set. If I wanted to then go again to the emoji keyboard and let's say click on, I don't know, pizza, this one, and I've inserted some pizza, or maybe soccer, and I've inserted a soccer ball. So the idea is I could then spin the wheel, and let's say whatever comes up, let's say it was the icons that come up, the emojis, and then I could then ask the class to come up with a sentence including all those different images, okay? If I want to share the screen, what I do is I click on the share option, like this, I click continue, I give it a title, so we'll call it test, continue, and then that will generate a link. I click copy link, and I can put that link now in the chat if I wanted to, or wherever I want to share links. I can also customize the wheel like this. So, for example, during the spin, if I don't want to have any sound, I can click no sound. I can choose how fast it spins for, and you can see you can have up to 1,000 different items within your wheel. So you could have, let's say, 1,000 questions you want your students to answer. Could be a great revision tool. If I don't want any sound after the spin, I get rid of that, and I can change where it says we have a winner. I can change that to whatever I would like to have. I can even change the image in the middle of the wheel as well. Okay, so that's how that works, and I can save my wheel if I want to, and then it will always be in my account. So that's Wheel of Names. Now a similar tool is Spin a Wheel. Now with Spin a Wheel, what you could do is you could add in different items again. Let's make sure I spell it correctly. My keyboard is being a bit silly today for some reason. So let's put in some different names. So let's put in again John, Paul, George, and oh, yeah. I've got a wireless keyboard, and it seems I'm sure it'll be fine. Maybe I need to change the batteries. Okay, and Ringo. Okay, so that's going to be one wheel. Now you see it here. It says add. Let's click on add. Okay, and now this time I'm going to add in some words such as loves, likes, doesn't like, hates. Okay, then I click add, and then I'm going to write here, go to the cinema, do his homework, talk to his friends. Oh, let's do his homework. For example, okay, now I could obviously add other wheels. You can add up to 8 wheels, but once you're ready, you could go full screen and then spin all. So then that will then generate a random sentence. Oh, typical. If the one that's come up is the blank one. Let me just do that again. I don't know why I've got a blank one here, but never mind. Let's do it again. So it's going to be now John likes to do his, that should be to do his homework. So let me just come out of the full screen one here. As I said, I'm having some difficulties with my keyboard at the moment. So to do his homework. So you get the idea. This is a nice way of being able to create random sentences based on the different wheels that you have. You can also add images as well if you wanted to. So if I wanted to add another wheel, I could add, let's say, an image here, and I could put in rain, for example. Then we've got some pictures of some rain. So let's go for this one, like that. And then I could put in another picture. Let's put in sun. Let's go for this one. Okay, like that, and so on and so forth. And then I can go again full screen, spin all. Let's see what comes up this time. So I could, for example, say, it's going to be the blank one again. Let's spin it again. Let's spin it again. So here we go. So it's going to be Ringo. Ringo loves to do his homework. And again, we got the blank weather. Okay, you can see the idea. So in other words, it's a way of building sentences randomly for practicing speaking, writing, pronunciation work, either in class or at home, or in a hybrid context. Okay, so that's how that one works. That's spin a wheel, and you can customize it as well. Just go to design and you can customize it how you see fit. So that's Wheel of Names, and these are a few examples on the screen right now to give you a flavor of how this works. Okay, actually, I'll just show you one other little thing as well. Let me just come out of here, go back to spin a wheel. You'll notice that in the bottom right of the screen, I've got this little icon here. I'm just going to turn off my video quickly, like this, and I'm going to click here. That's because I have a Chrome extension called Screen Pal, which is enabled, and I've got my little thumbnail here. So if I start recording, let me show you how this works. Okay, it's asking me to log into Screencast-O-Matic, which I will do quickly. Here we are. Okay, so if I go back to here and then I click Start Record, here we go. Okay. Okay, so Screen Pal is a Chrome extension from Screencast-O-Matic. It allows you to give video feedback, for example, in a Google Doc or Google Slides presentation, or record video whenever it's possible to input text, such as in Wheel of Names. So I could, for example, ask a question in the target language for the students to complete, like this. So I'm going to click on the trim tool. I could press play. Okay, so if I wanted to get rid of part of the text, I can do that and click trim, like that. Just get rid of that and then click done. Okay, and then there it is. So now if I now spin the wheel, if that item were to come up, which it has, oh, that's good. If it comes up, can you see there? And if I hover over this, then the video will then play. Okay, so Screen Pal is a Chrome extension from Screencast-O-Matic. It allows you to give video feedback. So that's Screen Pal. So another idea on creating your own video feedback or for some sort of prompt. Okay, so Wheel of Names and Spin a Wheel. Let's carry on. Okay, this one is called Use Immersive Reader on websites. So this is fantastic. So if I go to a web page like this one, this was a football match that happened yesterday, Liverpool against Ajax. What I'm going to do is I'm going to highlight some of the text. Okay, so this will, you can basically have any text on any web page read back to you using Use Immersive Reader on websites. So if I right click the text, having selected it, and I can click on this option called Help Me Read This, which is installed because of the fact that I have the Chrome extension installed. Don't forget, I'm showing the whole presentation with you, so you can have all the links, etc. So this is now going to launch what's called Immersive Reader. It should recognize the language automatically. So I can now press play like this.
Boss Jurgen Klopp demanded a reaction to the horror show of the 4-1 defeat at Napoli in their group.
Okay, there we are. I can click on voice settings. I can choose a female voice or a male voice like this.
Opener, and this was certainly a vast improvement. Liverpool
Okay, I can change the speed. If I want it to go slower, I can do this.
Created plenty of openings and deservedly went ahead.
Okay, I can also click up here. This allows me to do different things such as change the text size like that. I can increase the spacing like this. I can change the font. I can change the background color, which could be useful for dyslexic readers. For example, I can click on here, the grammar options, and I can enable color coding for all the nouns, verbs, adjectives, and adverbs like this. You can see I can also enable syllables, which can help with pronunciation, like that. I can click on the reading preferences. I can have what's called line focus, which is here, which should help the students, particularly dyslexic students, for accessing the page, because if they see too much text on the page, they may feel as if all the text is jumping around or swimming on the page. So using this method can help with their reading. I also love the fact you have this picture dictionary as well. So if I show you how this works, if I click on a particular language, if I choose, let's see if Indonesian is here. Yeah, Indonesian is here. So I click on this right now, and then I go to a particular word. Let's see if I click on that, what happens. There we are. So we have the word in English and then the word in Indonesian, and then you have different pictures which are supposed to represent the word. Okay, you've got here the word ahead, and then this word. You've got the word Liverpool, like this, pronounced in different ways. We've got the word home there. So we've got the English word and then the translated word. Now you can also click here on this option here and actually translate the whole document if you wanted to as well. That would be another option. So that's called Use Immersive Reader on websites, and it's fabulous and it's completely free. Okay, so that's how that one works. Let's carry on. The next website I'm going to show you is this one. This is called Wakelet. So this is a great way of collecting different links and PDFs and images and YouTube clips and things like that. This one is a Wakelet, a collection of useful Chrome extensions, which I've put together. There are about 55 items here. So if you're a fan of Chrome or Microsoft Edge as a browser, then I would recommend all these different Chrome extensions to boost your productivity and use in your language lessons to help save time and to make your workflow quicker. So do have a look at all of those. I'm not going to go through these now, I haven't got time, but it'll give you a flavor of what you can do with different Chrome extensions. Okay, the next thing I'm going to show you is how to generate a transcript in Word. So I'm going to show you this live. If I go to Word here, okay, and I go to here and click on transcribe, and I can now click start recording like this. So I need to choose the language. Let's see if Indonesian is there. It isn't there, unfortunately, but we have got English from United Kingdom. Let's choose this one, and let's start recording. It is very easy to create a transcript live in Microsoft Word. You can create up to 300 minutes per month of transcription as part of your Office 365 account. Okay, I've just done that. It's now uploading to OneDrive. Here it is, and for some reason it hasn't actually transcribed. I don't know why. That's interesting. I'm not sure why that hasn't worked. Let's click Add to Document. Yeah, I've never seen that before. Normally you have the text appearing. For some reason that hasn't worked right now. But you have to just believe me, it does work really, really well. So I'm not sure why that hasn't happened, but the transcription option in Microsoft Word is fantastic. So never mind. That's the beauty of doing these things live. Okay, the next thing I'm going to show you is how to generate closed captions in PowerPoint. So here I have a PowerPoint open. I don't need to have anything on the PowerPoint. Let's imagine you had a nice PowerPoint that you've created. And what I'm going to do now is go to where it says slideshow, which is here, and the always use subtitles option. So I'm going to go here, and you can see I've got spoken language. I'm going to choose English UK, and then subtitle language, and I'm going to choose Indonesian. Okay, and it's going to appear at the bottom of this slide deck. So if I now click from current slide, and I start to speak, what should be happening is my voice should be turning into Indonesian, hopefully. And it's not working either. This is going well so far. What should be happening right now is you should be seeing the text appearing at the bottom of the screen. I'm not sure why that's not working. Let me just try again. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Let me just come out of this again, just make sure I've done everything correctly. You just click here. Below slide, subtitle language, that's all fine. That's all fine. That should work. Okay, let's just click on audio settings. Let's see, that's okay. Yeah, that's all good. Okay, let's just try it one more time. And then you just have to believe me. So, is this working? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. No, it's not working at all. Never mind. That's worked many, many times. I'm not sure why that's not working right now, but that's what happens when you do things live. Let's carry on. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to show you is this little video clip. I'm not going to actually play the video clip, but this is a clip which is about 30 minutes long, and it's a presentation that I did for the National Foreign Language Center at the University of Maryland, virtually, and it has lots of ideas around using technology for promoting accessibility. So do have a look at that as well in your own time. Okay, the next thing I'm going to show you is Screencastify and Google Earth, okay, using on the left-hand side the option that says I'm feeling lucky. So I'm going to show you this live right now. This is Google Earth, as you can see, and you may have never seen that on the left-hand side, sorry, there's a little icon here saying I'm feeling lucky. Now what I'm going to do, as I've got my video turned off at the moment, which is good, I'm going to click on Screencastify, and I'm going to record my screen like this. So I click record. Okay, and there we are. I'm going to move myself over here. I'm going to click on the screen and click share, and that will start to record. Then I'll show you what I'm going to do. Here we go. Okay. Okay, so it's recording right now. I'm going to click on the I'm feeling lucky option, which will take me literally anywhere in the world. I have no idea where I'm going. So let's see where I'm going to go. So it so happens I'm going here, which is in Argentina, or between Argentina and Chile. So, oh wow, so we're on the side of a mountain. Okay, so I would then say to the students, what can we see? Where are we? Are we in the town? Are we in a village? No, we're on the side of a mountain. I can see snow. It's called El Muerto. And let's see if I can drag the little peg man here. And it says no street view data is available. So that's fine. Let's go somewhere else. So now I'm going to Oregon. Okay, so from Argentina, I'm now going to Oregon, and again, I could ask the students to tell me what they can see. So once this loads up, like this, as long as the internet connection is working okay, we're getting there. So I can see a high school, I can see a community garden. There we are, it's coming now. So you can see lots of buildings, so it's very different from what we were just looking at. You can see lots of buildings, you can see streets. Let's go into Street View and see what happens now. So in Street View, there we are, you can see, okay, I can say, okay, so I'm in a shop. What's this man doing? Okay, what are these people talking about? Where am I? You get the idea, okay? And then I can come out of Screencastify, which I have running here, and I can click stop, okay? So that will generate a new page like this, and I can unmute myself like this. It will take me literally anywhere in the world. I have no idea where I'm going. So let's see where I'm going to go. So it so happens I'm going here, which is in Argentina, okay? And then I can press pause. I've also got this interactive questions option. So I can click interactive questions, and then I can add some questions. So I need to sign into Google quickly, like this, okay? And then once I've done that, I press play. Okay, so it's recording right now. I'm going to click on the I'm feeling lucky option, which will take me literally anywhere in the world. I have no idea where I'm going. So let's see where I'm going to go. So it so happens I'm going here, which is in Argentina. So then I can click add question. Where is Joe? Question mark.
Could you find us here, Joe?
I could obviously. I could obviously do a search, but the idea is that with the I'm feeling lucky option, you don't know where you're actually going. Do you see what I mean? So the idea is that it's that random nature. So if I click here, for example, then the answer is Argentina, and then I click save. and then it will then carry on. So the idea is I could then add more questions in the same way. But if I click share and copy watch page link, I can share that with the students, and then they can do the activity, if that makes sense. So what you're doing is you're making like a web quest with questions, but you're using the I'm feeling lucky option, which makes it a bit more random, which is quite fun, I think. So you can combine Screencastify with Google Earth, and all of that is completely free. Now, I'm aware I've only got a couple of minutes now, so I just want to show you. I'm not sure if I'm going to. Let's just go for it. I'm going to try and do this one quickly. So this is called quicker.education. Actually, think about it. I think actually I don't have time to do that one. Let me just carry on. But you've got the video there, right? I just finished with this one. This is called giftcap.dev. So in, let's say, a tool like Jamboard, I could click on the sticky notes option like this, and I could write in giftcap.dev, making sure I spell it correctly. giftcap.dev save is great for making sure I spell it correctly. Right. For practicing word order. There we are. Okay, and I'll just click here, and I just change that to that again. Okay, so I've got my different items here. I'm just going to put this into the correct order, the incorrect order. And what I'm going to do now, let me just move that there, is I'm going to use the tool called giftcap.dev, which allows me to record my screen, but instead of making a video, it makes an animated GIF instead. So I'll just very quickly show you this. I click Start Recording, choose my screen, a Chrome tab, and then here we are, Jamboard. As soon as I click Share, it will start to record. So let me move that out of the way and click Share. So here we go. giftcap.dev is great for practicing word order. Can you see? Perfect. Okay, now I go back to giftcap.dev and I click stop recording. I can now crop the screen so I just get the bits that I want. And obviously I could do this in PowerPoint or Google Slides, or I could do it in Jamboard as I am right now. I can choose the start point like that and the end point like that. Then click render. That will now generate the GIF. From there, I can then download the GIF like this, and then from there, I can go back to Jamboard, and I could create a new frame. I could click Set Background, click on the image option, and then drag the GIF onto the screen, and therefore that will be a background image, and that could be a way of modeling word order with students, and then they can then go through and create their own version. There we are. That's now an animated GIF. I know I appreciate I went through that very quickly. Okay, but you're going to get the whole presentation, and here it is. Here's the presentation that I gave last year on using animated GIFs in languages, which you can watch. And just a thought, if you found this useful and you would like some further support, here are 18 example sessions on how to teach languages remotely in a hybrid context or face-to-face, and you can cherry pick the things you particularly like. And if you'd like me to organize some sessions for your school or schools, just let me know. And here's the presentation. That's just about on time, I think. I'll put this in the chat as well. So it's is.gd/Iconele Jodel. And thank you ever so much for the opportunity. I really appreciate it. And I really hope that you found that useful. And I will stop showing my screen right now. There we are. Over to you, the organizer.
All right, thank you very much. Please give big a round of applause for Joe. Thank you very much, Joe. It's a really interesting topic. Well, this is very beneficial for us, for all of us who are, working as ELT practitioners to make or design our own media for teaching English. So for ICT,
Thank you. I'm sorry a couple of things didn't work. If there are any questions, I'm more than happy. I've got a couple of minutes to do some questions
sure.
out
Yeah.
this time.
Is there any question for Joe for the presentation from offline or online? If you have, who's that? Excuse me. Is there any question related to the topic that Joe has presented just now about the media? So you can visit. Is it your YouTube channel, Geodel 100? Mr. Joe? Hello, Joe. Is he still there? Hello, Joe? Yeah, is there any question for Joe related to the media that he has presented?
I'm sorry, a couple of things didn't work, but normally they do work. That's the challenge when you do things live. Things don't always work, but please believe me, the PowerPoint option, I was going to speak in English, and then the subtitles were going to appear in Indonesian. I'm not sure why that didn't work, but do try it out if you have PowerPoint, because that should definitely work.
All right. If we can contact you, should we contact you and your email directly?
Yes, of course. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
All right. And Geodel 100, is that actually maybe we get confused how to make like yours like tutorial? Where can we find it?
Yeah, so if you go on my YouTube channel, if you go to Geodel 100, that's the name of the channel.
Yeah.
Or you can go to youtube.com/C, the letter C, /Geodel. That will also show my channel. But if you just do a search for Geodel 100, you'll find it. And there's hours and hours and hours of tutorials. Some things I presented this morning, you'll be able to watch a recording of that. You'll be able to see lots of other practitioners who recorded webinars as part of the Tilt series that I talked about. So, and if you get stuck, just send me an email and I can help you with it. So you have the presentation, and hopefully everyone's accessed the presentation okay. And you can, if you go to the YouTube channel, you'll be able to see lots of recordings that I've either done myself or hosted.
All right. Yeah. Are you sure that there is no question for him? Yeah. If you want to find out some tutorials, you can visit the Geodel 100, Geodale 100. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share.
Absolutely. And I'd love to come back at a future event in Indonesia if you're interested.
All right, that's true. I don't know, maybe there's no question, or maybe they're shy or reluctant to speak. I don't know. Yeah, really interesting, for actually spinner wheel. For the spinner wheel, we can, design for writing, speaking,
yeah, definitely.
and vocabulary.
Yeah. So the big difference between the two, wheel of names is for one wheel.
Yeah.
Spinner wheel is for multiple wheels, up to 8 wheels. So you can put in text, images, with the screen pal option in wheel of names. That's very nice for creating little videos, which could be, for example, the teacher asking a question. So when it then comes up, the students can then reply to that question. So it's good, I think, for speaking and writing prompts, or for practicing pronunciation in any context.
Yeah, speaking, writing, and pronunciation. That's good. And then for give cap meets jumbled words. Yeah, this for students who want to.
GIFcap.dev allows you to share your screen and record an animated GIF.
Yeah.
So anything that's on your screen, you can make into a GIF, and then that GIF can be useful for modeling, or for maybe explaining a grammar point very quickly and easily. In say 10 seconds or 20 seconds, and it will then repeat forever. And then you can insert that GIF into places like PowerPoint or Google Slides or Padlet or other places like that.
Yeah, it looks interesting for the students to learn, because we have designed our own media for them. That's really interesting. Yeah, and then for example for remote teaching webinars. Where will be conducted?
Yeah, so the idea there is I've put together 18 example sessions. So if people were interested in asking me to do further webinars, for example, they can cherry pick the elements they particularly like from that Google Doc, and I can then design training for them based on what they've chosen.
Okay. Well.
So if people are interested in that, they can send me an email and we can discuss what you would like.
All right, that's really great. All right. Okay, come on, participants. It's very, what is it? How to say? A very good chance to share with the expert of ICT here. What is it? Yeah, TILT, Technology in Language Teaching. Yeah. Come on. Is there any question from Zoom? You can raise your hand and then you can ask, or you can type it. You can type your question if you're shy. Hello. I don't know, Joe. Maybe they're shy or
That's
acting
okay.
to
I think
speak.
maybe people are feeling a bit shy. I better go now because I need to get my son up to go to school, if that's okay. So, but thank you ever so much for the opportunity. It's been a real pleasure.
Thank you very much,
really
Joe,
hope
for the great knowledge you can share with us. So hopefully that we can practice, the things that you have given to us. Yeah.
That would be great. Just if
right.
you go to my YouTube channel, you can watch lots of tutorials and it will help and support. And people can send me an email if they want to, and I can help them further. That's fine.
Okay. Once more, don't forget to visit the YouTube channel, geodale100, or the email, geodale@talk21.com.
Fantastic. Lovely.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much
I wish you all the best.
for Joe. Okay. See you then.
Thank you.
It's still
Take
great
care.
really
Bye-bye,
in the
everyone.
morning. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. See you. Bye. Kenapa tidak bertanya semua? Sudah keluar ya, Joe-nya? Belum. Yeah, I think Joe is not here anymore. I don't know why. Don't you want to ask to them? Ya, maybe ini media ya, terkait tentang teaching media yang di-share oleh Joe. Cuma YouTube-nya itu JEODALE 100. Jadi you can see or check the tutorial there. Ya, gimana cara membuat spinner wheel tadi untuk mengajarkan kosakata, ya, mengajarkan writing dengan speaking. Terus untuk immersion reader tadi bagaimana caranya anak-anak belajar tentang pronunciation dengan fluency. Jadi kalian bisa membuat medianya sendiri. And then tadi Flipgrid and Google Earth ya. Jadi bisa diklik dan kita bisa masuk ke negara lain dan kita lihat apa aktivitas mereka. Cuma yang masalahnya kalau kita masuk di kamarnya orang, ya itu jadi masalah juga. Ngapain dia di situ kan? Okay, well, and this is jumble. What is it? Jumble words. Give, can, meet, jumbled. Jadi kosakata yang kita buat, kita bisa tadi katanya Joe itu kita bisa ngajar grammar. Jadi nggak perlu lagi present continuous, subject plus verb plus to be plus verb ing, nggak begitu. Jadi anak-anak langsung menyusun kalimat tanpa kita harus mengajarkan grammarnya. Itu direct way ya. That's very good. Tadi Joe juga katakan ada beberapa webinar ya yang terkait tentang how to teach in remote area. Gimana kalau kita mau ngajar di daerah-daerah terpencil yang tidak ada teknologinya. Jadi dia bisa share. Tadi ada barcode-nya ya. Kalau ada yang mau silakan, barcode-nya tersedia di sini. Ya, nanti bisa di capture. Maybe for the online participants you can access. Maybe I can ask the committee to share the PPT so you can capture the barcode later. Kalau British itu in new order. Order itu dia bilang order. Ya, see you later. Nah, gitu. Itu British. Ini tadi Joe ya. Tadi Joe sudah keluar, gak ada yang mau bertanya. Saya kira itu saja ya. Kita masuk setelah ini ke parallel session. Thank you very much for your nice attention, guys. Okay, see you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya, untuk sesi selanjutnya saya serahkan kepada komite, panitia silahkan di handle. Selanjutnya bagaimana ini? Kita ke parallel session ke room masing-masing ya. Mana semua? Siapa? Panitia silahkan. Siapa itu di situ? What should we do now? Sambil menunggu instruksi selanjutnya, saya turun dulu dari stage ya. Thank you very much for your attention. Bye.
Iya bisa aja. Thank you. Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Masih sehat? Ya, dimohon kepada presenter offline untuk ke lantai 2. Yang presenter offline hari ini ke lantai 2. Ada yang presenter online offline hari ini? Ya, peserta dimohon untuk ikut bergabung ke lantai 2 di offline session. Ya, silakan bergabung di lantai 2 Nanda. Ada 2 room. Ya, silakan memilih yang lebih cepat lebih bagus karena kapasitasnya cuma 25. Selebihnya silahkan join di online presentation. Jadi yang tidak dapat ruang untuk sesi silahkan diarahkan ke belum tahu semua karena tentang media atau baru iya. Betul, iya.
Bagaimana cara? Masih di atas. Sembarang tuh. Dari aja sayang ini. Ke atas Kak. Ayo. Oke.
Loss of feedback by the lecturers. Although internet connection was still become a barrier in student perspective, it couldn't become a weakness in implementing Moodle nowadays since the accessibility of online video games was running well by their smartphone. Institut Para Hikmah Indonesia showed the effort to enhance the literacy by conducting dissemination of ICT. Furthermore, the teaching and the learning process require feedback by the lecturer to measure students' excesses and weaknesses in certain material. Thank you. About Institute Para Hikmah Phase 2 challenges such as overcoming the lack of computer literacy and optimizing of incentive is really needed. Thank you, Mrs. Nur Hamda.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Patul, for the presentation. So we can make a highlight that Para Hikmah Parahikmah Institute use a Moodle as a let's say learning, okay, as a learning media. No, it's not a learning media. It's a
Learning management system.
Learning management system. That's right. Okay, as a learning management system to run a teaching and learning interaction. Okay, and during COVID pandemic, right? So I will invite the floor. Do you have any
Before
question?
pandemic.
Yes. Okay. Is there any question from the floor, please? Welcome to the question. Okay, Ibu Nur Fadila, please. Time's yours, Ibu.
Okay, Pak Fatur Rahman, considering your results of the research, you said that actually it's good, but there are several weaknesses, yeah? So what is your recommendation to the, how to say, rector regarding this, the usage of this model?
Okay. Thank you for Ms. Nur Fadila. I really appreciate for the questions. So directly I talk to the rector and make a strengthen about Moodle again. In this case, how should I say it? Yeah, Moodle dissemination. Moodle dissemination in Indonesia sosialisasi lah istilahnya. And then for the student, there is a subject which specifically talk about ICT, and the material containing Moodle explanation also, and nowadays in Institute Parahikmah Indonesia, there's a program also ICT in weekend for students to compile using computer to make a scientific paper, and also how to use Moodle, and then its expansion in Mendeley, absolutely. And one of the point I tried to formulate is the enhancement in Moodle utilization in the learning management system in Institute Parahikmah Indonesia. That was agreed by the rector.
Did you recommend, will you recommend to the rector that you have to increase the incentive since it influences the usage of Moodle?
Yeah, that's the second point that I have. I'm afraid to tell him directly, so I make it in a research paper, scientific paper, so it can be read as an evaluation tool for the high institution. So I will let them, high policymaker, to determine, to consider what should they do after this research.
Thank you, Pak Fatur.
Well, thank you, Ibu Nur Fadila, for the question and the response from Mr. Fatur Rahman. So you really recommend to the rector to use Moodle, or to use Moodle in teaching and learning process. Okay, so even after pandemic, so post-pandemic COVID-19. So it's really recommended. Thank you very much. So now move to the Bapak Hendriawan Hardiani Ardin and Ibu Sri Mulyani. Please, time's yours. Mudah-mudahan sudah bagus ini ya.
Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, yes, we got your voice right now. So please, could you please share the screen?
I am sorry because I have some problem in my devices. So let me to use my phone as audio input.
You use your phone as an audio. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, we got your paper right. Your PowerPoint right now. Yes.
Okay.
Please, time's yours.
Thank you very much, Miss Nurhamda. Okay. Thank you very much for the chance. First of all, thank you very much for thanks to Allah that given us the health and healthiness, and also to our Prophet Nabi Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who given us or guide us from the darkness to the lightness. So thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for the Iconele that having me and giving me a chance to present my research article under the title Students' Perception and Challenges on the Use of Flipped Learning Approach, a case study at English Education Department, IP. So let's begin. So I will begin, I would like to begin my presentation from the background. So in this education 4.0 era, English proficiency has affected many aspects of our life, our human life, especially in education, such as in learning and teaching. Moreover, when the pandemic was happened in the end of the 2019, it made enforce all of the educational institutions to take an online learning or courses. Hence, the use of technology competence is one of the factors to support and develop the learning process. So the teachers and the students must be more prepared to facing its problem by using some new learning innovation or approaches. So based on the circular letter of Indonesian Ministry of Education and Culture, Nadiem Makarim, number 4 in 2020, he expects that the school to be more innovative and creative to facing this problem efficiently. Next, by Rasmi Tadila 2020, she stated that the changes in learning system forced the school to implement the online learning without a well preparation. And also, based on my experience, there are many learning approaches that no longer to be applied while the pandemic happened. So, in this research, I have two research questions. The first research question is, what are the students' perception on the use of flipped learning approach? And what are the students' challenges on the use of flipped learning approach? Okay, in this research, I use qualitative research with case study as my research design. And I attempt this research on 7th semester of English Education Department in Paraigma, Institute Paraigma Indonesia in academic year 2019 and to 2020. And for the data collection method, I use two data collection methods that I use qualitative questionnaire to 16 participants, and then I attempt to choose 5 participants who willing to participate or want to be a volunteer in this research in-depth interview. And the data analysis technique, I use thematic analysis that used by Brown and Clark in 2012. So I have some results about this research. So from the 14 respondents participated in qualitative, 14 participants participated in qualitative questionnaire because there were two participants that couldn't participate because of untold reasons, and there are 5 interviewees participated in in-depth interview. So let's begin to answer the question or research question 1, students' perception about the use of flipped learning approach. So in this research, student perception refers to the participant opinions, arguments, or suggestion while using flipped learning in their class, especially in 7th semester of English Education Department at IP Goa. Okay, in student perceptions, perception or result that that name positive perception and negative perception. In positive perceptions, there are 5 findings or themes that I found. The first one is effective approach. So in effective approach, I found that some participants stated that flip learning is most effective to improve the students or participants' learning. The second is engaging approach. Participants remark that flip learning could cultivate students' engagement. In addition, they're more active in learning by using flip learning. The third, efficient approach. Learning by using flip efficient and easy to use because it's flexible to access everywhere and every time. And then, for improving students' ICT skills. Students' technology competence are much better through flip learning. And the last, new learning approach. Flip learning is new and unique because flip learning to be implemented in the learning process. As a result, participants stated that their learning could be cultivated well. And next, the negative perceptions. The first one is the lack of experience. The participants stated that the lecture didn't have sufficient knowledge about learning. In addition, lectures and student ability in conducting the flip learning was still need to be improved. Time consuming. Based on the participants' opinions and arguments, they concluded that sometimes they lose focus and felt frustrated due to flip learning taking too much time. And incomprehensible content. Participants argued that sometimes the contents were not too clear and difficult to understand. And the last, students feel tedious. Sometimes the material in lesson video looked tedious, and so they prefer to skip the video. And next, I would like to present the result of the research question 2. Students' challenges on the use of deep learning approach. So, in this research, students' challenges refers to the obstacles faced by the participants in the application of flip learning. So, there are three main issues that I found in this research question 2. The first one is internet and media issue. So some of the participants stated that the big challenges to implement the flip learning is internet connection and media issue. The second is lack of interaction. The use of flip learning minimizing the interaction between lecturers and students, increasing the misunderstanding in learning and made teachers slow responses. And the last one is students' discipline. The students prefer to skip or not follow the class because they didn't know the content in lesson video. So I have some related studies or related findings related to my research article. The first one is stamped by Fauzan, 2018. He said that explore students' perception of the flip learning. So he termed his research in writing class in Central Kalimantan, and he found that some positive statements of flip learning, such as classroom activity, allowed the student to write good text, the materials more effective to be explored, and the class activity was used effectively. The second, by Kim, 2017, he stated that students' reflection and perception through flip learning in university. The result of his study were concluded into findings. The first one is student personal competencies were better, and the second, there were no significant differences between student personal characteristics and their satisfaction through flip learning. The third is stamped by Gundus, 2019, who investigate the benefits and the challenges of the use of flip learning in the higher education. And he found that some challenges on flip learning implementation. There are some challenges in the implementation of flip learning, such as students feel jealous with the corrective feedback when they were watching lesson video, and the poor internet connection in every place was unstable. And the last one by Dusanbury 2019, who explored the student aviation. So he timed his research in a aviation school. So he did his research in a course to show whether or not the learning get the effect in the students' learning. And the result found that the students prefer to use conventional class. Conventional is like our is to face-to-face learning. Then flip learning class. It happened because the flip learning is a new for them, and they couldn't enjoy the class, which was stiffer and waste the time. And then there are two categories, like I said, mentioned in the previous slide. There are two categories of student perception, which obtained from all the participants. The first one is positive perfect perception are divided into 5 themes, such as effective approach, engaging approach, efficient approach, improving student ICT skill, and new learning approach. And negative perception consists of 4 themes. They are the lack of experience, time-consuming, incomprehensible contents, and student feel tedious. And in the second research question, the challenges faced by the student in the implementation of flipped learning in their class are the network and media issue, direction, and the students' discipline. So, based on the result of this study, flipped learning actually have mostly had a positive perception. Even it also had some challenges while it implemented it at EP. So there are some suggestions that in the next learning process, the internet connection and media issue is one of the most it's one of the most challenges that have to be fixed, because in flipped learning we are mostly use an internet connection, such like Mr. Fatur said. He said that at EP use a Moodle. So like flipped learning, we also use a Moodle to in learning, because in flipped learning, the teacher or the lecturer use a video that should be learned by the student at their home. So in the class, the things that they have to do is fix all of the problem that they found in the video. So flipped learning means the learning process is flipped. The learning process is flipped to at home, and students, what the students do in the class is just discussing about or discuss about the learning materials. So I think that's all from me. Thank you very much for having me to present my research article. Thank you very much, ma'am. I give back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for Mr. Hendriawan for the presentation and this afternoon. So we can make a highlight that flipped learning is a really interesting for the students. They got a very positive perception to the flipped learning approach, even as some of them saying that flipped learning approach is their perception, but only few of them said that one. I thought that it is because of they have a challenge to use this approach. They have a lack of experience, as Mr. Hendriawan said just now, and also time consuming when we use this approach, flipped learning approach. Thank you very much. I will invite to the participant. If you have any question or a statement to strengthen the research result? Please, welcome. Is there any? The main problem that when we use a platform, a learning platform, that most of the students said that it is because of the internet connection, right? A trouble, unstable of the internet connection. Even a lecturer, one of the lecturer in Para Hikmah said that it is a nonsense reason, as stated by Mr. Fatur just now. All right. So yeah, because they can use, if they use the internet in doing a game with a friend.
Online video game.
It is stable a lot. Yeah, it's very stable. But if they use the internet for learning, the internet become unstable again. So very ridiculous reason, according to one of the lecturer at Para Hikmah Institute. So if we have no question relating to the paper presented by just now, so I will invite another presenter, Ibu Helfani Amsah. Okay, Ibu Helfani will present an article with the title "Learning English During a Pandemic." This is a developing English podcast for English department students in teaching speaking based on need analysis. So, I will give the chance to Ibu Helfani. Please, time's yours.
Is that my voice clear, ma'am?
It's not really clear. Could you say something?
Okay. What about
Yes.
now? All right.
Yes, it's clear right now. Okay, please, time's yours.
All right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
afternoon.
wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the chance that has been given to me. And the first one, I would like to say thanks to Allah and salawat to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Thank you for Iconele to having me as a presenter today. And to make it a short, because I'm the last presenter now, we want to move for the second section. So I just to present my paper with the hotline and in a short time as I can. The title of the paper is Learning English During a Pandemic, Developing English Podcasts for English Department Students in Teaching Speaking Based on Need Analysis. Exactly from this title, maybe you can guess that this research is in the early stage, that is the need analysis. So it is not conduct the podcast yet, but I want to know about the learning needs of the students to develop the English podcast. I'm from Nahdlatul Ulama University, West Sumatra. All right, so introduction, the first one, as we know that we have a pandemic it's about 2020 and also 2021 and until now maybe. And during a pandemic, the government adopted the policy to conduct the distance learning. And until now, some of the campus still do is just like a distance learning. For example, is in my campus itself. Until now, we're still doing a teaching learning process by using the internet. Until now, until the last semester, the previous semester. And then, because of this time, the pandemic, and then we have a distance learning, I, as a lecturer who teaching and speaking class, get a problem automatically to explain or to explore the student speaking skill in classroom, because we know that students speaking is just like the doing interaction between students and lecturer and students. So how come exactly the teaching learning process become a successfully if the instructional media cannot improve the student speaking itself. So during a pandemic, the students do the learning process by chat application as a learning media. I believe that most of the lectures use a WhatsApp group to tell the information to the students, whether about the task, about the assignment, and then the deadline. So all of us as a lecturer, and then we allow the students to use the chat application. However, that for the speaking class, it's not really good enough because it's not to show the student speaking improvement, actually, especially for the interaction. And then we also allow the students sending assignment to the application, and somehow the speaking class focus on the textbook and written tasks. And however, it is a spoken class. It's not a written, it's not a reading, but it's need interaction to the students. And then it make the students' speaking skill have not developed significantly. And I think that's observation that I did with my team. And then, but exactly, speaking class is a class that aims to explore students' English speaking skill. But during a pandemic, there is no instructional media that can support speaking class. So all of this problem happens exactly in that class. That's why it's necessary to develop in information communication technology to support the instructional media in speaking class through need analysis. So this paper is the early stage exactly to develop that podcast. So this research is focused on students' needs or learning needs. It's focused on what the students' learning needs on the speaking class, and then difficulties faced by students in a distance learning. I'm so sorry, my home is near of the airport. And then the last one is the format expected podcast as instructional media that we want to develop it. And let's move the method that I use. Did I say before that I use the AD research or developmental research as an AD model? And this is the first step of this: analysis, design, development, implementation, evaluation. And I use this analysis by using a survey method. And then the survey method is carried out in order to obtain a concrete data. And I take the data, the source of the data from my students, the English department students, and also Ekasakti University. Exactly, the Ekasakti University and Nadatul Ulama University is only about 5 and 7 kilometers. So if you visit Padang, so you will know where the location. And after that, this is the primary data, and then that will be analyzed, the technique collection data by using the questionnaires and also the interview to the speaking lectures, and that will be analyzed the quantitative data analysis by using a presentation, and then the describe to qualitative descriptive. All right, this is the result. I divided into three. The first one, the learning needs, and then students' difficulties, and then expected podcasts as a learning media. And this is the presentation that I show you. I have a 7 statement for learning needs. Start from the teaching material should support the fluency of the speaking skill of students, and then the teaching material need relate with the learning objective, and then using a digital learning media that I want to develop, that is a podcast, and then the presenting ideas during a speaking class, studying grammar, pronunciation, speed and accuracy, and then do a task in the form of dialogue. The students need in learning speaking, exactly. So this is the presentation that I got from the questionnaire that I distributed to the students, both in Nadatul Ulama University and Ekasakti University. So you can only see it, but that I give the explanation more. And then the result shows that students really wants to match between the materials with the learning objective. So the student really want get the material especially for make their own speaking skill become developed. So they don't want to, as I show you in this presentation, 58 students thinks that studying grammar is not really important in speaking class. Yeah, but the teaching materials to support their fluency, 70% of students choose the very important. It means studying grammar according to the students, based on this observation, based on this questionnaire, they think that studying grammar is not really important, but just like the conversation, dialogue, and that is really more important teaching material to take place in the classroom rather than studying grammar. And then point number 3, using a digital learning podcast, we want to develop it exactly. 64% get a very important to has instructional media as to support their own teaching learning process in the classroom. So that's from a learning net. And now I want to move to the student speaking difficulties in the classroom. This is a statement. Start from afraid to speak English because the vocabulary is limited, and then difficult to express the ideas verbally, and fluency in English is still limited, use a mother tongue, and embarrassed is just like the students' difficulties, the embarrassed and they're afraid that someone's laughed to them, and then fear of being laughed, and then forget an idea, and shy to put yourself forward when responding to group discussion. So this the presentation exactly that the students get difficulties in speaking class during a pandemic. And then this is difficulties of the students learning English in a pandemic, the situation. Yeah, before it is kind of the student speaking difficulties to improve their own speaking skill. And here, this is difficulties come from the learning process during a pandemic. The first one, confusion about the broad understanding of the material, because the online, somehow the volume of the lecturer's voice explaining the material just like the lower or just like the small, and it's just like unstable internet connection, lack of concentration during a class, and then be on time for online class is just like 70% student say sometimes come on time in the classroom, and only 25% students on time come to the classroom during the learning process in a pandemic. And then network constraint during a group discussion, use learning media has not been implemented. They say that not yet. So there is no suitable instructional media implement during a pandemic in speaking class. And then the assignment in the text, the lecturer based on the interview only give the task in the text, not in the spoken, because they only use the chat application, somehow a Google Classroom, and when they apply the classroom using a Google Meet or a Zoom, not all of the students can join in that room. Somehow they have a reason that we have an unstable internet connection and blah blah blah. So that's why this is the explanation from the table of questionnaire. The first one is limited vocabulary mastery, and then students often have a difficulty understanding extensive material, and then they get unstable internet networks. And then the volume of the lecturer's voice explaining the teaching material is small and unclear. And then the use of learning media has not been fully implemented. So that's the difficulty of the students when they come to the speaking class while a pandemic. So this is the last research question that I did. This is the expected podcast as instructional media that want to be developed. The first one, they want to podcasts increase their own interesting and learning. And then podcast contains grammar and vocabulary material. Podcast can be saved in application, and that can save by lectures, can save lectures material, and then can record and also save a sound. You can see that from the questionnaire, 70% students agree to developing podcasts, especially for interest learning podcasts. And then they are not agree, or then they disagree to prepare grammar contents or grammar material in that podcast. And then they also 70% agree to say that podcast can save the application and then can access offline. And I can say that from expected podcast that we want to develop is the development of podcast instructional media is a highly expected, and then it can increase students' interest, and then it's accessible to use anywhere and anytime. And this is subject matter record take place in the podcast, and then they don't agree to take grammar and vocabulary material in that podcast. So I can conclude that the secondary research that we want to do is that learning needs of the students is necessary to develop podcasts as an instructional media to overcome the student speaking difficulties and to make them improve their own speaking. And they can use this podcast later on to teaching learning process, and also they can bring this podcast anywhere and anytime they do it or they use it. I think that's all, Ma'am Nur Hamda. I give it back to you.
Well, thank you very much. This is very interesting that podcasts may be used as a learning media to increase students' speaking specifically. So move to the floor. Is there any question or to a statement to strengthening the research result of Ibu Helvani? Please.
Excuse me, I have a question for the presenter.
Okay, please, Ibu Rizka.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, yes, it is clear enough.
Well, regarding it's really interesting because I think this is R&D research, right? And podcast, and it's really latest term or latest article because during the pandemic, and I'm curious regarding the podcast itself. You do you develop podcast, or do you develop podcast in your material, or you find or looking for the podcast? I mean, apakah sudah ada podcast yang tersedia atau you created the podcast? Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
That's a very nice question. You develop the podcast, or you just use the podcast that are already provided? Please.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Rizka. Exactly, need analysis could be done because we want to develop the podcast application later on. This is it's just like the continuous research, ma'am. So this is the first step, and next year, so I keep it pray. Next year, I got from Kemendikbudristek, because this year I got it. For the next year, I hope I got it. So I want to develop the application, and then in that application, it's just like the simple application exactly, not the high technology. But in that application, I mentioned before, I want to upload that material. It seems like the recording, I record, and then also with a friends speaking lectures together, and then we record together, and then the podcast can access the everywhere by the students. So in planned by this kind of result need analysis, we want to develop our own podcast application.
Okay, very. So it is based on the research, okay, an R&D research. So in this year, Ibu Helfani, in this year, Ibu Helfani did a research by collecting the students' need analysis, and hopefully, okay, we pray for you, Ibu Alfiani.
Yeah,
So
thank
you
you.
get
Hope
okay.
next year I got it. I got it back. I will get it.
Yes, of
I
course.
hope. Okay.
Yeah, because that's really interesting, actually.
Mhm.
So next year, if you got the finding,
The
okay,
funding.
so you are going to create,
Yes.
okay, the podcast for improving speaking skill of the students. Okay, thank you very much for the question, Ibu Rizka, and thank you for the answer to Ibu Helfani. So the last presenters, I didn't think that Ibu Erina join us in this room, because we are going to move to the second session on the online room presentation in this room again. Ya, waktu sudah habis saya kira ya. Ya. Okay, we still have the rest 5 minutes before moving to the second session. Is there any more question, please? We still have 5 minutes. Okay. No more question. So I'm going to make sure that all the presenter in the second session in online room presentation at the room 2 already join us in this room. Ibu Nur Hijriani, are you there, Ibu? Oh.
Wait a moment, wait a moment, miss.
Hello, can you hear my voice?
Yeah.
Is it clear to hear my voice?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay. Can you share your slides?
But I cannot hear your voice, guys.
Okay. Hello? Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me? I can hear your
Would
voice.
you like to
Miss
move to
Gimana.
the next presenter first? I really
Oh,
want to. I
okay.
really need to fix my laptop first.
Okay, okay. We will move to the next presenter. I see we have Miss Gustri Wahyuni have joined the room. Okay.
Yes,
Miss Gustri. Okay, Miss Gustri Wahyuni today will present a paper under the title Duolingo app helped me learn English during the COVID-19 pandemic. A study on EFL students' perceptions. Okay, if you may start your presentation. Time is yours now, Miss Gustri Wahyuni.
Okay, thank you very much. Great.
Okay.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honorable all of the committees, presenters, and participants. First of all, allow me to thanks for opportunity that has given to me to present my paper. The title is Duolingo application helped me learn English during the COVID-19 pandemic, a study on EFL students' perceptions by Gustri Wahyuni, Institut Para Hikmah Indonesia. Okay, introduction. The first background. Students have some biggest challenges to learn English. The process of learning in the classroom are limited time, and students need to be motivated to study independently outside the classroom and try out new strategies their own learning. Then, a number of students spend their free time for about 3 until 12 hours a day just for online and playing game by mobile phone. And Ingita, Earphone, and Soka 2019 found that the use of mobile devices in language learning could ease the teaching and learning practices such as discovering information on the internet and completing assignments. Next, the Minister of Education and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia encourages teachers to integrate technology into their teaching practice. It is mentioned in Permendikbud number 22 in 2016. And according to Sulaiman 2015, using technology as media in the process of teaching and learning can increase students' willingness, interest, and motivation. Therefore, it is believed that technology gives students more English exposure. So the research questions. The first, what are the perceptions of EFL students on using Duolingo application in learning English? Then the second, what are the advantages and disadvantages of using Duolingo application in learning English? So, focus of the research by discipline. This study is under discipline of English language teaching, which is in the field of called computer-assisted language learning. And by content, the study will investigate EFL students' perception of the use of Duolingo application in learning English and its advantages and disadvantages. So by activity, the researcher will observe the way EFL students in their learning. It includes the way they operate the application. So the literature review, previous related studies. First, Monday 2016, the usefulness of Duolingo to enhance learning process by not limiting hours. The second, Nurwahida 2020, the students have a positive perception on the use of Duolingo in the aspect of usability, context, contour, and connectivity, mobility, blending, content, technical support, and cost. The third, Paula 2016, the students managed to interact by themselves and build knowledge. In addition, the application also motivated the students to have English in their daily practices. So some pertinent ideas: second, language acquisition, called computer-assisted language learning, gamification, and Duolingo application. So the research method. Research design, I use case study. A case study is one of the research design of qualitative research methodology, which is purpose is to explore in depth a program, an event, an activity, a process, or one or more individuals. Kurzweil 2012. research subject. This study conducted at MTS Dede Iwanio, which is located in Sitra Regency, South Sulawesi. Data collection and procedures. I use 5 students using Duolingo by interviewed and indirect observation. Technique of data analysis. The data were analyzed both in an interactive model of Miles, Huberman, and Saldana 2020, which are data condensation, data display, and data verification. And finding and discussion. So, wait. The EFL student perception on using Duolingo application in learning English. Accessibility. 4 students knew Duolingo from the teacher, 1 from his friend. Then, Duolingo is very easy to access by using a smartphone. And 3 students use Duolingo for 7 months, and 2 students use Duolingo for 2 months. The display, interesting and can attract to access. Sounds are clear enough and able to show the profile accounts, levels, and scores. So, by the content, Duolingo could make them self-directed learners and able to answer the question correctly. And then enjoyment, all the participants enjoyed using Duolingo. 2 students liked pronunciation, and 2 students chose translation, and 1 student chose guessing picture. So, the advantages and disadvantages of using Duolingo application. Advantages: easy to access, interesting display, and improving English skills. And disadvantages: repetitive questions. Now discussions. The first, EFS students' perceptions on using Duolingo application in learning English. Duolingo had been successful to begin base learning, which is proposed to increase the students' motivation and commitment. Matswiki 2013. And the display, to attract learners to learn a new language is that the learning should be enjoyable. Sukarno 2012. So by content, one of the basic elements of mobile technologies is the availability of self-directed learning. So the enjoyment, gamification is an innovative in learning which integrates the game features to non-game environment. Healy 2018. So the conclusion, EFS student perception on using Duolingo application in learning English by accessibility, easy to access, and the display interesting. So by content can encourage the skills of English, the enjoyment very enjoy. So the advantages and disadvantages of using Duolingo application. The advantages, easy to access, interesting, and improving English skills. So the disadvantages, many repetitive questions. Okay, references. You can see the screen. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear my voice? I'm sorry, I've been... Okay. Can you hear my voice, all of you?
Yes, miss.
Yes, okay.
Yes, miss.
Okay, based on the paper from Gustri Wahyuni, we can conclude that the Duolingo apps is easy to access, and it's very interesting to students, and it encourages student skill and English education, and then it's very enjoyable for students. Okay, thank you, Miss Gustri Wahyuni.
You're welcome.
Okay, any of you have question for Miss Gustri Wahyuni? Anyone?
Hello, may I ask something?
Okay, Miss Dinda Ismoa, do you have any question for Miss Gustri?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
My name is Dinda Ismashifa from University Putra Malaysia. And thanks for Miss Gustri for amazing presentation. Actually, I really like Duolingo. And I have this question related to the instrument. You said that your instrument is interview, right? And do you create these instruments or adapt from previous expert?
Okay, that's it.
And what the level of students do you interview? Yes, that's it. Thank you, Miss Indy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Miss Dinda. If you can answer the question, Miss Kustri.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for the questions. I use the instrument for the students. I have a students 5. The first one level the class of junior high school level A, level B, and 3. That's mean what the first semester and the third semester, and the fifth semester. So the instrument I use interview and observation. I use the instrument by questionnaire, and then interview the students and observation. So what is again the questions? The level is junior high school. Okay, that's it.
Do you create the interview instrument or adapt it from the previous expert?
Okay, I adapted from the previous expert.
Yes, thank you, Miss Gusri.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, what a nice question from Miss Dinda Ismo. Anyone have a question for Miss Gustri? Okay, if nobody wants to ask question, we should move to the next presenter. Maybe Miss Jumerli Ariati. Can you start now?
Okay, thank you for the time. Okay, let me share the screen first.
Okay, you may.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear my voice clearly, guys?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, in this insightful opportunity, the third International Conference on English Language Education, allow me to thank for this opportunity that given to me to present my paper entitled Analyzing Reading Skill in National Plus Curriculum, Phonological Awareness of Young Learners. And the second time, let me introduce myself first. My name is Jumerli Ariati. I am from Universitas Hang Tuah Pekanbaru. It's too far from the Makassar. We are in the different island maybe. And well, today I would like to present my result of my study entitled Analyzing Reading Skill in National Plus Curriculum, Phonological Awareness of Young Learners. Okay, I'm trying to make it short as the time given to me. Okay, for the next slide. Okay, in this session, I'm going to discuss about the introduction, literature review, method, result, and discussion, and also the conclusion. This is the list of contents that I'm going to share with you guys. Next. First, okay, let me discuss about the introduction. Actually, a regulation of the government in Indonesia number 17 in 2010 is about the management or organization that say that kindergarten or young learners education is a kind of formal education channel that organized tutelage for the children aged from 4 up to 6 years old. And also, nowadays in Pekanbaru, especially in my city, there are so many kindergarten consider English as the second language instruction for their subject. Okay, so one of the school that become my population and my sample is a SAS school. which is they adopt 50% curriculum from Indonesia curriculum and 50% curriculum that adopt from the Singapore curriculum. So the school use both of English and Indonesia as their instruction language.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Miss Jumerli, but your slides is gone.
Okay, let me share it back.
Can you reshare it?
Okay. Is it clear enough to see my slide now?
Well, it's still processing. Yeah.
It's process.
Yeah, okay. It's starting to showing.
But it hasn't shown it on my computer yet.
Yeah. It happened. Okay. Okay, it's now clear. Okay, you may continue.
Yes, also. So in that school, the student learns to read in English, and the teacher have to nurture the student reading skill. Actually, in this research, the challenge comes when the student could not produce the sounds because the sounds of their first language affect when they learn the second language actually. And also, to teach the student learns to read, we can start with the early years education. Early years education here means that it starts with the child care and then playgroup and then also kindergarten and also the kindergarten too, that provide them to be able to move to the primary school. And also here, I'm going to discuss about the reading. Actually, reading is the complex thought process that includes more than recognizing of words on the printed page. The essential part of the reading is the skill of them being able to recognize written from and connect them with their spoken from and their meanings actually. So to overcome this, actually, there are terms that maybe is not very common for us. It's just about the phonemic awareness. Phonemic awareness or letter knowledge. They are two best predictor to show how well the first language children when they want to enter the next level of the reading level. And also, the phonological awareness has been identified by some researchers as the one of the most important predictor of reading success that should be addressed since they are in the preschool or they are in the kindergarten school. So that's why the influence of the phonological awareness in teaching reading has been noted as a making students read easily when they want to be able to read in English. Okay. Let's come to the next. Okay, this is the literature review. In the literature review, I have found the literature about reading, phonological awareness, and language, and also the code switching. Okay, let's move to the next. This is the method. Okay. Actually, this research proposed to know the influence of the phonological awareness through the reading ability toward the student of English young learners. And also, this is like the quantitative research which conduct by the survey designs. The time and place, okay, it's conducted when November 2018 until January 2019 in SES National Plus curriculum. And then the population of the sample, actually the population of the sample was 36 English young learners, but the sample of the student is only 27. Why? Because the 27 that I choose, they are the one who wants to get the primary school. So I think they have able to read. Okay, according to the researchers. And then the technique of the collecting data in this research is the reading test with the phonological awareness. So the researchers invite the student to have the reading test one by one. Okay, this is a kind of the phonological awareness test. Okay, the indicator of the test is identify initial sounds. What is the first sound for the following words? Okay, so they have to be able to identify the initial sounds of the word. And then also they have to identify the final sounds detection. What is the last sound for the following word? And then they have to do the phoneme dilatation, like delete the first sounds and the last sounds for the following words. And also the letter identification, read in English letter. Okay, this is the result of the study. Actually, from the 27 students, okay, this is the scores of the category. So the researcher got 61.7. So it means it's category as a good. So the result of the study, that the study is as a categorized as a good. So the discussion. The presentation and data analysis finding of the 27 students led the researcher to infer that the phonological awareness has the positive influence on the student reading school at the SES School Pekanbaru. And also, phonological awareness is concerned with the ability to manipulate and to attend the whole unit of speech, such as the syllable, onset, rhymes, and phonemes. Phonological awareness skills are usually distinguished by the tasks that are used to measure. Okay. The teacher in this study, the teachers was not highly concerned about the phonological awareness itself. The researchers needed to press its importance to the teacher that teach the student about the phonological awareness. So the urgency is due to how the phonological awareness start to emerge as early as the age 2. And also the conclusion for the study. The finding of the research are aimed to give the information to the teacher in teaching reading, speaking, and writing at the kindergarten student. If the student understand about the phonological awareness, the student could easily predict what the word student are reading. But if the how to manipulate the word, the student will not be able to read the word in the proper pronunciation. But basically, there's no phonological awareness curricula specifically designed for the young learners was located by this author. No researcher suggests that the skills emerge suddenly in the kindergarten. Rather, the phonological awareness is a group of related skills that emerge slowly through the early childhood. So the shortage of the curriculum may be due to low awareness for the need for the phonological awareness education for the preschoolers. And thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much for Ms. Jumerli Ariati. So based on your paper, under the title Analyzing Reading Skill in National Plus School Curriculum, Phonological Awareness for Young Learners, I see that it is the result of this study is entirely good since all of the students have a good score for it, right? Okay. And since most of those, the result for this study should give info to the teacher in teaching reading, speaking, and writing for kindergarten students. And it is based on the ability to manipulate word. I think that's all that I take from your study. Okay, thank you very much for Miss Jumerli. If anyone wants to ask the question for Miss Jumerli, please raise your hands or just say the word. Anyone? Do any of you wants to ask question to Miss Jumerli? No? Okay. No question for Miss Jumerli Haryati? Okay, as I think we can move to other presentation. Thank you very much for Miss Jumerli Haryati. We should move to the other presenter. So the next presenter is Miss Dinda Ismu Ashifa. Miss Dinda today will present a paper under the title Learning Strategies Used by Indonesian Generation Z in Learning English. Okay, for Miss Dinda Ismu Ashifa, if you can share the slide now, time is yours.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity given, Miss Indy. And I'm going to share my slide. Wait a minute. Is it my voice clear?
Yes. Yes. Very clear, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dinda Ismashifa. I'm from University Putra Malaysia. I am a student. And so today in this section, I will present my research title, which is The Strategies Used by Indonesian Gen Z in Learning English. So for the first, I will start in the background. There are 200, according to Badan Pusat Statistik 2020, which is stated that there are 270.20 million people in Indonesia in 2020, and the most generation is Generation Z, which the percentage is 57.94%, and this generation has birth range in 1997 until 2012. This generation, okay, we turn to the characteristic of this generation. This generation has their own characteristic, which the experts stated that they are multitasking, which they can do two activities in one time, and they are innovative, which they can do new things or innovation, and they also called as the digital native or technology savvy, which they are usually use the technology in their daily life. They are used to adapt the technology for their activities, such as learning activities. So for these learning activities, the the previous generations usually use the whiteboard, their book, and another instructions, but this generation is different, which this generation has different learning activities that they usually use their device to learning, their technology, or maybe browser to find something related to the material. And so this the research gap. Even though they called us the technology savvy and the digital native, and they are used to use the technology or other the technology to their activities such as the learning, but they still have like a need strategy for learning. For the example, according to the ASIPA 2020, Generation Z in Indonesia is capable or have the ability to use technology, but they still have they still need a strategy such as reading strategies, something like that. And according to OSCAN 2015, Generation Z is a generation that can use mobile phone for their learning activities, but sometimes be addicted. That's why they can focus in learning. That is why, even though they called us the technology savvy, they still have lack and need strategies for learning. For my research, I want to explore the strategies that used by Indonesian Gen Z and want to see the difference significant between male and female Indonesian Gen Z strategies used. So for the methodology here, I use the quantitative method by applying survey design, and I use questionnaire adapted from the seal, which is 50 items, and I use direct and indirect strategy. And after that, I use the digital strategies by Makassar, which consists 5 items, and there are 30 participants of Indonesia Generation Z. This birth age is I adopt it from the Badan Pusat Statistik, which is the Generation Z born in 1997 until 2012. And after I go using Microsoft Excel and SPSS 25. So here is the highest strategies use 52% direct strategies, and the next is indirect strategy 39%, and the last is 9% digital strategies, which the total percentage is 100%. So next, this is the second result, which is there any significant difference between male and female Indonesian Gen Z in using strategy? So here we can see the significant total is then 0.05. It means that there is Generation Z Indonesia. And next, the discussion here, which direct strategies 52% from the result of this study. It means that there is a tends to be appropriate for Generation Z due to fits with their characteristics, which these direct strategies consist of learning by using picture and sound. Also, the learners can create new innovative ways. Direct strategies is like a strategies that learners can interact with the material they learn. So Generation Z is used to hearing sounds and image through their devices. And also besides that, according to Sri from 2019, they are also an innovative generation. They can innovate their learning such as in writing skills. They can write through their blogspot, and also they can write in Instagram caption. The next is indirect strategies, which the percent is 39%, which fits with Generation Z's characteristics, which they are an ambitious generation. This strategies is focusing on how the learners ambitiously set the goals. That's why the Indonesian Generation Z choose these strategies, 39%. And the last is digital strategies is 9%. This is the lowest percentage of this research. This might be because of uneven distribution of technology information, so that not all of generation are familiar with the technology. It's according to Dunastity 2020. Also for the conclusion, which is stated that this generation is the ambitious generation and they already adopt the technology in their daily life, but they still have lack, and also they still need strategy, especially to learn English. So for my suggestion for the next study is study with large participants still needed to be explored more deeply, especially for this young generation. And that's all my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Ms. Dinda Ismo. Okay, based on your presentation, I can conclude that learning strategy used by Indonesian Generation Z in learning English, there are differences, I see, that from your presentation, that between male and female Generation Z, that the way they use the strategies, and based on the data that you have, 52% of them use direct strategy and 39% use indirect, and then the last is digital strategy for 9%. And then it can be concluded that Generation Z is an ambitious and ambitious generation and could adapt to technology more way easily than the other generation, but they still need other strategy in learning English. Okay, I think that's all that I take from your presentation. If anyone want to ask a question for Ms. Dinda Ismo, a question or two for Ms. Dinda Ismo, can you raise your hand? Do you have any question for Ms. Dinda Ismo? No? It is a very nice presentation, very nice material from Ms. Dinda. It's about what Generation Z, which all of you, I think, generation between 1997, who was born in 1997 to 2012. Anyone wants to ask a question? No? Okay, I think we can move to other presentation. Thank you very much for Ms. Dinda Ismo. Yeah? It seems like no one. Yeah, okay. Do I have Miss Faurina Anastasia here? I can see Miss Faurina from the latter session. Miss Faurina, can you hear me? Or Miss Mustakima? Do I have Miss Mustakima here? Or I can see, is it Miss or Mr. Arwin? Do you have any presentation you have?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Miss Arwin, partnering with Nur Wahida and Hardiani Ardin, will present a paper under the title English Teacher Perception on 2013 Curriculum at SMAN 6 Goa, Challenges and Solutions. If you may present your slides now, please take your time.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Is my voice clear?
Yes, please continue.
Right, sir. Okay, for the first, let's say Alhamdulillah to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala and salam and salawat to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the honorable the moderator and the audiences in this
I think we lost Mr. Arwen. Okay. You join again. Mr. Arwen, can you hear me?
Yes, Miss, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mr. Arwen. Please continue your slides.
Okay, thanks. Okay. As we know, in Indonesia, there are some challenges of curricula. First, sorry. Okay. Start from 1947, called subject plan. The next unrevealed subject plans and educational plan, curriculum 1968 and 1975 curriculum, and at the end 2013 curriculum. And according to Quran Surah An-Nahl, verse 125, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala asked Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam to teach people, to share, to deliver about Islam by good method and technique, so that the people can understand what the Prophet Muhammad said. It is related to the 2030 curriculum that focus on student center. The teacher have to make interesting technique by teaching English, use interesting technique and method, because in the 2013 curriculum, the teacher just as a facilitator. Okay, I continue because there is no limited time. The research question, there are two, I'm sorry. What are the challenges faced by the English teacher in implementing the 2013 curriculum at SMA Negeri 6 Goa? Second, what are things to address the challenges in the implementation at SMA Negeri 6 Goa? And research design, I use qualitative descriptive, and the location is at SMA Negeri 6 Goa, Jalan Poros Melino, kilometer 40, Kecamatan Parangloe, Kabupaten Goa. Okay, and the participants, teachers, vice principals for curriculum, interview and documentation. Okay, and discussion. Okay, to answer this question, what are the challenges faced by the English teachers? To address the challenges, first, and technique. Both teacher use online. Sorry, the first teacher use online, see on WhatsApp before the class begin, and the second teacher up and upper section. The class begin, and the teachers problems is to silent and don't respond in the class. They are passive, and when the teacher asks the students, the students just kept silent. Okay, the solution to face the problems is the teacher asks the student to practice at home. For example, they have been learned should be practiced at home, and solution to address the problems is to make the student understand what the material that have been taught. And okay, time of teaching, the teacher also got challenge about the time of teaching, because in the 2013 curriculum, the previous curriculum, there
I think it's for Mr. Arwin have a internet connection issue. Can you hear me, Mr. Arwin? While we wait Mr. Arwin, for all the presenters and the participants, you can fill out the Google form as you can see on the chat box. You can fill out the Google form for the attendance. Mr. Arwin, can you hear me? Mr. Arwin? Mr. Arwin, can you continue your presentation?
Excuse me. Sorry.
Yes. Okay. Can you
Yes,
continue
miss,
your
I'm sorry.
presentation? Yes.
It was because of the connection.
Okay. Please continue where you left off.
I'm sorry. Okay. I also research about the facilities. Actually, the facilities in the schools are quite but and they use the assessment. Some students cannot make it too. And vice principal also said at least students communicate in
Study. The finding of the research are aimed to give the information to the teacher.
I'm sorry, Miss Jumarli, can you mute your
and
microphone?
typing at the kindergarten student.
Miss Jumarli?
If the student understand about the phonological awareness, the
Miss
student
Jumarli?
can predict what
Miss
the
Jumarli?
words are reading. But
Miss
if the
Jumarli?
student do not understand how to manipulate the word, the student will not be able to read the word in the proper pronunciation.
Miss Jumarli, can you hear me? Miss Jumarli? Can you please mute your microphone? Yes, okay. I think we lost Mr. Arwan again. Arwin. Oh. Let's see who's the next presenter. We still have Mustakima here, but she didn't seem to join us. And Miss Faurina. I can see Miss Faurina at the beginning of this meeting, but she's not with us right now. We should wait for Mr. Arwin to join back. Okay, do we have Mr. Arwin right now?
Excuse me, Miss.
Yes.
Would you like to share the Google form of the attendance?
Oh, okay. I will reshare it on the chat box.
Okay, thank you, Miss.
Okay, can you see it?
Thank you, Miss.
Okay. Okay, I think Mr. Arwin cannot able to join with us again. So I think that's all for today. Thank you very much for
Miss your voice.
Okay, I was muted. Okay, I think that's all for today. Mr. Arwin cannot be able to join us right now. So I think he will continue his presentation for tomorrow. And then for all the presenter for this session, Miss Jumerli and Miss Gustri and Miss Dinda Ismo, thank you very much. What a nice presentation from all of you. And for all the participants, thank you very much for joining this session. And have a nice afternoon. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Would you like to have a photo session before we end our meeting?
Yeah, but it's so very... Yeah, okay. Okay, we can have photo session. Siapa? Miss Dinda? Can you show your face? What happened with your face? Okay, turn off the background, virtual background, so we can see your face clearly. Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much for all the participants and the presenters. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Don't forget to share on WA group, ya, Miss.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss.
Yeah.
Love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst. If you stay forever, let me hold your hand. I can feel those places in your heart, no else can. Let me show you love, oh no, pretend. I'll be right here, baby, you know it's sink or swim. Whoa, don't you worry, I'll be there whenever you want me. I need somebody who can love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst. I need somebody who can love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst.
While I was in the mall, walking around acting bright now. Ain't trying to tell you what to do, we're trying to play it cool. Baby, I am playing by your rules. Everything look better with a view. While I was in the mall.
Tiap pagi susu fresh and fried. Kicking the door, waving the cocoa. popcorn이나 챙겨 껴들 생각 말고. I talk the talk, runways I walk 눈 감고 pop 안 봐도 쳐. By one and two by two, 내 손끝 툭 하나에 다 무너지는 중. 가짜 show 지금 화려해 team makes no sense. You couldn't get a dollar out of me. 자 오늘 밤이야, 난 독을 품은 꽃.